We are back from the break. We are now going to talk about my plans for the connection and networking infrastructure to replace TCP, TLS, DNS, all of the above, etc. And Philip is here to critique me and
This
tell
is
me why
awesome.
I'm wrong.
I'm pumped. I want to see what is going on here. I want to know how it works. I want to know how it's different. I want to see, is it fast? Is it slow? Is it big? Is it small? We want to know these things. I want to know this. So
Yes, and
please
we will be
walk me through it.
assuming that you have an education in networking. And if you don't, well, you can watch the previous part and receive said education in networking. Because I think we were pretty thorough, honestly.
Yeah, we went over the important stuff.
Yeah. So, okay, where do we begin? The first difference of this system from the previous is that we assume, which I guess you think is good. You may have actually inspired this originally, but we assume, or not. I mean, we don't want to give credit away for free here. But we assume that, okay, we're going to have some DNS system, right? We have this, can I draw? DNS-ish. And we will skip over how this works in this system for now. We'll get to it later. The only criteria is that it is a secure way of delivering mappings from names to other data, just like DNS. So name to IP, but also to keys. Keys. Etc.
And I guess it's worth reminding for context that actual DNS maps a name to basically just an IP address and maybe a little bit of other like metadata and some like other name remapping stuff. But
yeah, you can actually throw as much as you want in TXT records because they're just text.
Yeah.
But it's not secure actually, which
like,
is the biggest problem with DNS. DNS is like whatever your local network decided was the name of this thing.
Right. It's not global per se in that like it's not. There is a global DNS system, but it's not. It's possible to be like closed off from that or rejected from that. Right?
Like I heard this story of this guy, journalist guy, who'd been in Ukraine, and on the way back, he goes through Belarus, and they get like stuck there for a bit. And when he's there, they clock him as like a journalist because he has a big camera, and then they have this whole experience of being in trouble with the border authorities, and then they go to the hotel. They're like, "Hey, we would like a room." They're like, "Yes, we already know. Here's your room, sir, Mister." Like, and they know their names because like Belarus intelligence has like clocked them significantly. And then this guy, he's like opening his iPhone or whatever on the hotel Wi-Fi. And then his iPhone is complaining, he goes to like a normal web page and his iPhone starts complaining like, whoa, the certificate doesn't match. There's something going wrong here. Because obviously they've used DNS on the network to like for his specific device because the other people's stuff was unaffected. So like his buddy didn't have this. His phone worked fine. But because he had the big camera, was like man in the middle very intensely to like, make sure he wasn't doing anything funny.
His activity? It was not to sniff his activity, but to like try to prevent his activity?
No. It was like to sniff his activity. It was to, super spy on this guy.
Okay.
Now, namely DNS, the fact that can happen on DNS is very embarrassing in my opinion. Like, why? It's just evidence of very legacy stuff. So, but we will talk about that later. Yeah. We just will assume for now that we have an IP address, and we have the key, which is something we didn't have in the previous system.
Okay, so we also have a key. And what kind of key is this? Is it asymmetric key, symmetric key?
Well, we'll go through that. because we live in a nearly quantum world where there are quantum computers, they're not very cool or big yet. But, governments already have these programs where they collect all the data because they expect to be able to decrypt all the data in short order. And so we need to use post-quantum cryptography. Philip, what do you know about post-quantum cryptography?
Well, it's a class of entirely new algorithms that are made because basically most of all the number theory based and elliptic curve based encryption is basically just semi-trivially broken by known quantum algorithms.
Yes.
Let alone the unknown ones.
Right. So, it's a sad thing, but here we are. So there are 4 ratified post-quantum schemes. One key exchange scheme, or they call this KEM for some reason. I think it's key exchange mechanism. And it's this broad term that you don't see in cryptography before because Diffie-Hellman is broken. This sort of includes Diffie-Hellman, right? Because before, in the RSA example we did in the previous half of this, we sort of have asymmetric encryption plus Diffie-Hellman, and that's what gets us our key exchange. Here we have a key exchange mechanism, which is this end-to-end thing for establishing a shared secret. In fact, it looks more like very, very, very dense end-to-end encryption for a 16-byte packet and nothing else. So the scheme
when you say very dense, you mean very lots of data going through?
Yeah, the ciphertext is huge. So the one I've selected some basics here, or I've picked some ciphers that will be the basic ones. We use something called Kyber, and there were some nerds who made this. So the biggest group, not Kyber, the biggest group doing this post-quantum crypto stuff is called Crystals, and then they were proudly produce these 2 schemes, Crystals Kyber and Crystals Dilithium, so they can have their nerd names.
Dilithium. Right. And why are they called crystals? I assume it's because...
it's crystals because all the cryptography is based on these lattice problems that you remember you saw that one Veritasium video about post-quantum cryptography where it goes through the lattice stuff.
Yeah.
It's that, but it's some variant of that. Anyway, so Kyber 512 is what we're using. This thing, is enabling us to transport a shared secret between the 2 groups or 2 parties. It's a 32-byte shared secret. Nothing else, fixed size. It blows that thing up to a 750-something byte ciphertext.
Whoa, okay. Just real quick, 512. So my brain is adjusted to my brain is calibrated for RSA numbers, and 512 would be way too low by modern standards for just classical computation. So where does 512 fare in the range of post-quantum standards? Is that middle of the road, decent for a while, or is it this is way...
Yeah, let's see. Well, it's supposed to. It's supposed to be equivalent in security to AES 128.
Okay, and this is a symmetric key.
Yeah, so
being exchanged.
Yeah, so basically these things are meant to be. They have these different security tiers, and they actually have security ratings that are based on equivalency to AES something. Basically,
right.
So they have this is 128 bits of security, when that just means as secure as AES 128.
Right.
Because AES
Okay.
is
Yeah, I
so
understand.
good and so perfect that
Everyone decided it should be the standard.
but it's so good and so perfect that there's actually one quantum attack against AES, but it's like not complete. Basically, you have to try. You just have to try all the combinations to break AES, and so that's like so it's 128 bits of random guesses.
Yeah.
Thinking I can actually pull up the web page here for the two.
Do we have our security mode on right now?
Yeah. Although honestly, it wasn't that important. Okay, here we go. So, what's surprising to me is I thought that these schemes were going to be much more expensive, but they're not. That's what's surprising. Is many of these are still faster than RSA and like ballpark to elliptic curve sometimes. So anyway, I don't care about these like 90S ones. What we care about is we have Kyber 512. Secret key is 1.6K. Public key is 800 bytes. Ciphertext is 768. And then they have like Haswell cycles for decryption, encryption, key generation, etc.
Right. Wait, secret key, public key. Is this asymmetric or symmetric?
Yeah, so that's what's wild is I thought for a while that asymmetric encryption was just dead because they communicate this very, very badly. Asymmetric encryption still lives. You can still do asymmetric encryption in in a quantum age. The only problem is it's a huge pain in the ass, which is why nobody would ever use this. Already today, nobody actually encrypts things with RSA, for transport.
Yeah.
And so the same thing applies here, where it's like, nobody would ever actually use the asynchronous encryption or asymmetric encryption for transmitting data. So it's been narrowed and built into this key exchange mechanism. In this case, the dilithium is their signature scheme, but it's actually kind of lame, and there was this Waymo-based signature scheme that got ratified, so that's the one I picked.
Okay. Wait. So what? So can you just walk me through what exactly Kyber?
What it does?
Doing, because you're saying, yeah.
So we what it does is server publishes a public key, a PB, a public key. Okay. We, the client, we roll a secret key. Okay. AES either 16 bytes for AES 128 or 32 for 256. Right. You can tell as well that like this is such a pain in the ass that there's no they don't bother saying can we encrypt a smaller amount? Can we only encrypt 16? No, you always are encrypting 32. So I guess put the key twice, pad a little bit. Maybe you can add something extra in there. So So we generate the secret key, the shared secret, on the client side. Then we use the public key to encrypt this into the ciphertext. Then there's why are these the same? Private.
You could do secret key, just SK.
Yeah, SK, good one. SK. Then this guy uses his secret key to decrypt it into the shared secret. That's how easy it is.
Okay.
It actually works exactly like naive RSA, but it has these fat, really, really fat ciphertexts and only works on a 32-byte payload.
Okay, wait. So the purpose of this is to establish a shared secret to use for symmetric encryption. But the strategy by which this
Yeah.
shared secret is communicated is via sort of asymmetric encryption,
Yeah. So
where the keys are just belonging to the server.
yeah. And I think the scheme is
Okay.
one way. I'm pretty sure you can't do, you can probably do it mathematically, but setting this up, this thing is set up to do, you encrypt with the public key and then you decrypt with the secret key.
Yeah. And then you get a shared secret.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So
Sounds right.
it's actually
So
fine.
sounds
It's
fair.
really, the API is the most easy thing you've ever seen. It's
Right.
literally like, yeah.
And so this PK, the public key, that would be something that would be delivered to the client through the DNS system.
Yeah.
The
yeah.
DNS
So we
system?
assume so. Yeah. This guy goes under the keys for connecting. We'll get to how that actually works later, but because this one is actually big, it's like 800 bytes. You don't want to send this every time. Like for example, there's a thing you don't want to send it every time. How do you do? Okay, so we the client have the key ahead of time. How does the server know which key you're using? It's very expensive to like try all the keys that it has active on each incoming random packet.
Right.
So there's a scheme there. We'll
Yeah.
we'll get to that. Anyway, the second post-quantum cryptography scheme is this guy, Falcon, which you can visit at falconsign.info. I am extremely biased in favor of this one. Okay? Not only is this a nice website compared to this like fat, weird one, right? This is a very nice website. You know, you could tell you like this. Okay, but I'm about to convince you. But, you know, we'll skip all this, okay? We'll go look at the code, and you will see that, Philip, these are your people. Look at this.
Oh. Whoa. Did you just click on the link and it took you directly to a single H file?
No, well, yes, you can download the zip, or you can browse the source online, so I go boop. But you see, that was instant.
So it takes you to the header.
Yeah, but it's falcon.h.html. Okay, look at this.
Yeah.
They got like cool documentation, and then like, you know, some constants, and just like, oh, here are some macros. And just it's like, whoa, look, it's so easy, so simple.
Handshake.
Yeah.
It's like 3 functions.
Yeah. Check this out. C implementation. Wow. It's like C code. Which, to be fair, they all have to be C code to to be ratified, which is a legacy thing that we're very happy about. But look at this. How do you build this guy? You need to use like some cringe build system. I think he uses CMake. These guys, take this out. The make file.
Make file.
That's it.
That's good. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. This is
browsing the source code is not some like cringe GitHub.
Yeah, they're like
GitHub's not that bad, but it's like this is much.
Yeah, look, that's all the files.
Yeah, and there's a test.
Yeah, this
they got tests.
We got the README here. They have like the little README. You know, you can install this and you just write make. This will build. One will be the test Falcon and the other speed, and that's like their tests. So it's like, yeah, it's awesome.
That's pretty good. Yeah, I can see why you're biased in favor of it.
Yeah, it's also pretty cool because it's a signature scheme that uses floats, which is really not like, I mean.
Ooh. That's funny.
But it's cool. They also have like emulation if you want to do just on normal hardware. But they get this like fast speed. Yes, we have, look at this. They did this test on like an i5 2.3 gigahertz. You know, for Falcon 512, which is the signature scheme I've chosen. Keygen 8 milliseconds. You know, they can sign, do 6,000 signatures per second. They can verify. What's it? 28,000 per second.
28,000 per second.
And
Public key size? Is that the public key size?
yeah, and then the signature size here. And yeah,
Okay, well, the signature size is 666. That's a little bit problematic, but we can get around that maybe.
they have variable
You can type
size
that
as
out.
well, so you can, you know. But what's cool is this is like a Fourier transform based signature scheme, which is like, whoa, very
Fast
cool.
Fourier lattice-based compact signatures over NTRU. Oh my god.
Yeah, but you just get the
Okay.
feeling reading this that, you know, that these guys were the sort of based handmade team of the teams.
Right. Of
Like
competing
you go
teams
look
in
at
the competition.
any of the other ones, and it's like they're like, oh, here use like Ninja to generate the make file to the blah blah blah. It's so bad. Like,
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, they
I
also
think
have.
it's linearly proportional to the number of PhDs who were involved in the project.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, so very cool this. So, and Falcon basically just, it's signatures. I mean, we can go back to the API, but it's like...
So it's signatures. So this is for signing.
This is for signing.
Okay.
So you have
And
different...
given some other public key, which you have to generate using the Falcon API or the algorithm.
Yeah.
Right?
So the answer to this is like, we just... For stuff later, it's useful to have keys, public and private keys that can sign and also do this key exchange. So the answer, of course, is you just string them together. You know? You
Right.
build a
Right,
unique
right.
key that has both.
I see. You mean like literally concatenate the two?
Yeah, just
the two
concatenate
keys.
the two and be like, this is the key. This is the Kyber Falcon key.
Very cryptocurrency of you.
Yeah. But you'll see this API is awesome. They have like, oh, look at this. Keygen make. You give some pointers. They're like, here's the maximum size they can be, so you can pre-allocate and like have it be good. Hey, you make a public key from a private key. You can do
Private
that
key.
after the fact. Here's how you do sign dynamic. Oh my god, look, I pass the signature pointer, pointer to the signature length. Signature type. The reason
Type.
they have the types is there's like compressed signature, padded signature, or like the uncompressed
Constant time?
signature. No, I think this is just like ciphertext, the raw ciphertext.
I see. Sorry. Yeah.
What they do is they have these are big, and then they were like, oh, big signatures, big problem. Okay, so they then add a compression scheme on top of it, like built in to solve this problem more. So, and then they're compressed, but then the compression is like variable size. So they have some padded size, which is, it's like 99% chance that the signature will compress to less than this size. If it doesn't, they just generate a new signature. It's like, it's so based. So they just like roll a signature. They're like, oh, great, it fit in the padded size. Ship that, pad it to the thing. If it's too big, new signature. We got unlucky, guys.
Right.
Anyway, yeah. So look, it's just a simple C API with some functions, and it does the thing. Look, here we go. Falcon verify.
And there's the
Here's
verify.
the signature length, signature type. So the type is like, is it the padded? Is it compressed? Here's the public key. Here's the public key length. Here's the data. Here's the data length. Here's the temp. You have to give this like temp space for it to work in.
So can you remind me, just for context, why do we want or need this Falcon signature scheme? Like, isn't encryption enough? Like, why do we need this signature stuff? What does that mean?
Well, if we were doing signatures, like in the when we went through those previously for TLS, that's what you would use Falcon for. Now, we don't use signatures But for this DNS system, we're going to need something in that style. To like, signatures enable you to build cryptographic infrastructure in a way that key exchange doesn't let you do, right? Signatures really are the glue that can build this like network of trust where, well, I trust this guy because he presented me this data, this info, and that's signed by somebody I do trust. You can have these chains of trusts or networks of trust, etc.
Okay. So the crucial thing here is that although you haven't laid it out, there's presumably some sort of scheme for like certifying the same way, in a similar way to what we saw with TLS and TCP or just Quick, where you have these certificate authorities. But I assume you're going to do. We haven't talked about that yet, but you're going to do something. But ultimately, there is some way for someone to have some authority to sign these keys.
Yeah,
and
this is pets.com. This is what pets.com IP address is. This is the public key that you should use when connecting to pets.com. That kind of thing.
Right, and then sign all that.
Yeah.
And then you can verify it as a client.
If we get to the end, we'll get to, or if we have time at the end, we'll get to end-to-end encrypted email. There you both need signing and encryption to do, definitely I was the one who sent this email, and definitely only you will be able to read it.
You can read it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we have this chem, and then we have the signature.
Okay. So chem is, you're saying chem is the name of what Kyber is. Kyber is a chem.
A key exchange mechanism. Yeah. Which is just asymmetric encryption. Or, I guess Diffie-Hellman also counts as a chem. But...
right, yeah.
Yeah, but that's
okay. When you said it's just asymmetric encryption, what you mean is the way Kyber works is just that they use asymmetric encryption to communicate
this shared secret.
Shared secret that is then used for symmetric encryption.
Yep. So this guy. So our cool Falcon 512 is our cool.
And just a quick question on that. I don't know if it's super relevant, but the shared secret that we use that we establish and receive at the end of the Kyber exchange.
Yeah.
What do we then do with that shared secret? Or maybe you're going to get into that.
Oh, no,
are we just feeding this back?
We just use AES 512.
Okay. Yeah. So it all leads back to AES.
Yeah. Of course not 128. I meant 128. There's a fun parity where this has 128 bits of security because duh, and this one also is designed to have 120 be equivalent security to this, and this to this. And so if you wanted to go to the more high security scheme, you go Kyber 1024, AES 256, and Falcon 1024. And that gets you to hyper military grade. Nobody has bothered to do anything stronger than this.
Right. And just last question. AES 128. Are you sure that did you say that there was no quantum threats?
There is one.
Or there's only minor?
There is one, but supposedly it applies to all symmetric encryption, which is weird. It's something to do with quantum computers being way good at guessing things, just being able to brute force guess in a way where they do cool stuff. But that algorithm only halves the bits of encryption. Well, I say only, which is bad, right? If you get down to 64 bits of encryption, that's doable to crack. And I'm not kidding when I say this. Their solution was, just use 256.
Right, just double it.
Right, yeah. It's if that becomes a problem, just use 256, because then you halve it and you get back to 128. And it's fine again.
That's good. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. appreciate that.
So that's good. That's why, yeah. This is all built around, because these don't suffer the same problem, you could guess. So I mean, people are using AS128 now because like doing 256 would be wasteful. The Kyber 512 has a payload of 32 bytes, right? So it's like it's expected that it could be probable that we'll just have to bump this to 256, but like no biggie.
Right.
Right. So, these are the session keys. So you're like you generate a new one each time you make a connection, and so compared to these guys have to be like, it's a session key.
Okay, so you're not going to be regenerating these dynamically over the course of the connection or anything.
Well, I mean, you could, but would you? I mean, I don't know. Anyway, now, I was disappointed at this fact when, it's revealed like, oh my god, we can only encrypt asymmetrically 32 bytes. Philip, do you think this is sad? I mean, you wish you could encrypt more than 32 bytes asymmetrically.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. If I want to send a message,
that's big.
That's big. Like especially if I want to do a little bit of like asynchronous messaging, where like I might not expect. I want to store a message, or I don't expect to receive a response immediately. The fact that I would have to determine a duo two-way communication sounds kind of rough.
Well, that's the thing. You don't need to do that.
Yes, it's.
Here's your message. Actually, maybe let's make it shorter. Here's your message. What you do, you have the public key of the guy you're sending to. Okay? Now, this is pretty cool. They should say this more loudly, but, the people who talk this encryption stuff, they're all talking to each other and, they're experts. So this, I guess, comes obvious to them. I have this public key.
Right.
Okay. I randomly generate a shared secret. Okay. I use this to encrypt my message data. Right? Now, it's EM, encrypted message. I guess it should be like ME. Okay?
Yeah.
Then I send, you know what I send? I send, if I want to be really redundant, I send public key. So I do this. I also then take this. So I do this using the shared secret. With the public key, I take.
And that's just AES, right?
Yeah, that's just AES. Using the public key, I turn the shared secret into some ciphertext. Okay. Then I send the public key, so they know which key I used. I send the ciphertext, and then I send ME. And then this is one transaction. Yeah. Send the info only one way. The receiving guy uses his secret key to decrypt the ciphertext, gets the shared secret, and then uses that to decrypt ME. Now we can send infinite data one way, completely asymmetrically.
Of course. Yeah. Okay. That's really cool. I guess I never even thought about it, but I guess basically for any crypto system where you're able to use asymmetric encryption, you can just provide that shared secret and then use asymmetric encryption to get that shared secret. Use symmetric encryption on the actual like variable length message, and now you have a system by which you can asynchronously send arbitrarily long asymmetrically encrypted messages without bypassing any limit on the size of the asymmetric.
Yeah. I suspect
encryption,
also
which is really cool.
Yeah, I suspect also the reason that I thought for a while that asymmetric encryption was kind of dead is because none of the key exchange mechanism quantum guys talk ever about this, because I guess this is the most obvious thing in the world to them, and so. Yeah, so like nobody remembers to mention that like you can do this. Instead, they just talk about exchanging this shared secret, because this is the important part that their research has to do with. Right. This is the chem. that they had to develop from scratch to be post-quantum.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So given that, I think we'll just dive straight into. I'm going to try to follow your connection protocol. I'm going to try follow your connection protocol from last time.
The two straight lines.
Yeah. Okay.
Doing good.
And it's going to look something like this. I guess we'll name these.
Are we going to preface with the DNS or just leave that assumed?
No, we'll talk about that later. Actually, I don't want this format because what we're actually going to be looking at this. So, okay, in the scheme I devised, unless you can poke holes in it, you know how we talked about, okay, so TCP TLS had minimum 3 round trips. Then Quick brought that down to 2 round trips. Okay. I'm going to bring this then to 1 round trip and then no round trips. Actually, just one way. So we're going to start with one way and...
Whoa. Okay.
Okay,
I'm interested. I'm very interested.
Okay, so we start with... Oh, yeah, and we also we assume IPv6 because, we might act in like that. Okay.
Okay, based.
And we know that the MTU, the minimum MTU, is 1280 bytes.
1280. Okay.
And they bumped it, presumably to be closer to the Ethernet frame size.
Yeah.
I think actually it's like Ethernet frame size, but then backed off so that if somebody's using IP encryption, like IPsec, that doesn't blow up over the Ethernet MTU.
Oh, yeah, like every packet goes slightly over. That would be bad.
Yeah. So, yeah, we have IPv6 with the MTU of 1280. And in the standard scheme of Kyber 512, we are not going to exceed this MTU ever. Unless we decide to later on. But in the setup, we are not going to do so. It gets a little bit more iffy when you go to bigger key sizes, but that's, it's manageable. Okay, so what we do...
Okay, but you have space. We have room here.
Yeah. Although remember that the public key... the ciphertext is like 800 bytes. So we don't have that much room,
we have
actually.
Some room.
Yeah. So okay, we start off with the first thing we said is not a magic or anything because I don't want these packets to be identifiable. And you're gonna object to this, but it's gonna be fine. The first thing we send is you have to help me pick now. Is it 8 bytes or 4 bytes? The connection or like this, the connection handle or like identifier.
The connection ID, like the session ID?
Yeah.
Well,
I think 4 billion on one box seems like a lot.
Well, is it on one box?
That's the thing. It might not be in one box.
Yeah, because if you have 64-bit connection IDs, you can basically support like any client connecting to any client moving around to any server moving around, which like might be a use case in like if you're trying to peer-to-peer IFI this protocol. Like if you have something, if you just knew that it was one box that was just serving a bunch of people, you can very likely, I think, I'm not doing the math on like 1 million users times 1 million seconds or whatever, but you can get away with a billion, I think, or 4 billion connections. But if you want to like uniquely identify this connection is like really comes from, we know exactly who it came from and who it maps to. And we want to track that as like maybe the connection migrates or something.
We don't do migration here,
64
which means we actually need more session IDs because we're going to Okay, we also have to think about collisions because the way this works is when the client connects, okay, do you know what we're going to do? We're going to randomly roll a session key of 8 bytes.
Session ID, right?
Sure. So we have 8 bytes of SIED. Oh, wait,
I think
hang on.
you're going to hit birthday paradox.
Talk about that. I need to take this phone call. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah. So hello, everyone. The thing about the birthday paradox is that it basically means that you kind of need more than you expect in terms of number of bits to hold an ID if you are randomly rolling the IDs, because birthdays are basically randomly assigned, effectively, like they're uniformly distributed. If you randomly select two different people, the odds of their birthdays colliding is like surprisingly high, or as that number of people goes up. So if you have a bunch of people randomly rolling the dice on what their session ID is going to be, if you have, let's say, if you had like 1 million people trying to connect to a server and like rolling the ID, I'm pretty sure you're pretty quickly, especially if these people are rolling multiple times because they're like reconnecting, you're just really quickly going to get
okay, how many bits do you
faster
want?
than you expected.
Shall we do
I think
16?
if we're randomly rolling, I don't think 16. I don't think you can't. I would never do 16. I think 32 is the minimum. But I would
32?
prefer 64.
Oh, bits, not bytes.
Yeah, bits, not bytes.
Right. Okay.
I think 64.
I think you were saying like, oh,
is
you need at least 32 bytes. Come on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Baker's telling me birthdays are not uniformly distributed. That's sure. Okay.
So, look, we have the session ID.
I'm not a math guy.
If the server sees a session, okay, so we're gonna prefix all our. Oh, we should also say that this is on UDP, right?
Yeah, that's kind of important.
So we just shoot somebody a UDP packet, and we strap the session ID to the front. If the server, here's how the server responds, right? If you see a session ID if you see a session ID of a session that is already going, but it comes from a different IP address, you just reject it. If you see a session ID that you've never seen before, this is a new connection.
Right.
Okay.
Does it have to be from a different IP address, or can it be from the same?
It's got to be from the same.
You mean different?
No, it's
got a different IP address with a new session ID.
If a new session ID doesn't have a previously associated IP address.
Okay.
But the server.
So I can't like start two connections to the same server from the same.
From the same IP you can, but they have to have different session IDs. Okay. Because what's going to happen is that the server is going to have a big hash table. Right?
Right.
With like session ID here. And probably to stop, there's already a security like denial of service that can happen, which is the cool thing, I was like, yo, this hash is going to be really cheap because you just use the 8-byte session ID that everybody's randomly rolling. Isn't that great? Except now an attacker can maliciously craft session IDs so that it creates a long chain in the hash table if it's a known hash table, kind of. So the way you do that is you just say, okay, when I start up, I randomly generate some other 8-byte thing that I XOR the things together with to like randomize it a bit.
Couldn't you still?
Like it's a basic hash, but
can't you still?
Because
couldn't you still figure out
the danger is somebody
the shape of the hash table is based.
Yeah, but you don't know what this number is that I'm XORing with, and so you have no ability to coordinate to interfere with this hash table.
Right, as long as the server never tells you any other session IDs or even your own. Well, I can tell you your own session.
Well, you could know all the other session IDs. You don't know how they are arranged in this table, right? Like to construct a malicious hash, like break the hash table with some malicious setup of SIDs.
Yeah, as long as you can't get any timing information about.
Right, you do it experimentally. I mean, yeah, you could do the thing as well where you grow the table if you have too many jumps, etc. Standard hash table stuff. Anyway, we have this session ID. Okay. And so when we see, okay, this is a session ID, if we've never seen it before, it's a new session. It's a new connection. Okay. And then there's some specific description for how, or expectation of these first packets or first bits of data, how they should look like. And then after that, once we've done our sort of handshake encryption setup, then it's just session ID, and then everything else is encrypted with the AES shared secret, including the, what's it called? The packet number. Right, like the sequence number. Yeah. So anyway, this setup is like we did here. It's basically this kind of scheme where we actually don't want to send the public key. So actually what we send is a checksum of the public key that we are using. Okay?
Like a hash of the public key?
Yeah. Although it doesn't really need to be a hash. It just needs to be like a public key. This is actually just an optimization. So we have a public key CRC. Okay. And then we have a separate hash.
So it's an identifier for the public key.
Yeah, but it's one we can derive consistently from the public key.
Yeah.
So you could think, like, I mean, this could be like, we just go through and say this is 8 bytes as well. We, like, just go through the public key and, like, XOR each 8-byte segment with the next one. And then the thing you get at the end. Yeah. We're actually just compressing.
Something more parallelizable.
Where you could think of it as like extreme lossy compression. Where it's like we just need to crunch this down to 8 bytes for speed. Because we want to save on this MTU. We have a second hash table.
Yeah. And
yeah.
I mean, depending on the number of keys the server has, it wouldn't even necessarily need to be a hash table, right? You could just linearly
it could be a linear setup
through the public keys.
Yeah, and so this is to do like key upgrades and stuff live in service. So we can have, this is like a Kyber, like a KF512. And you can imagine we upgrade key, either because we're cycling keys or we're upgrading to Kyber Falcon 1024.
KF is Kyber and Falcon, so there's a concatenation of the Kyber key and the Falcon key.
Yeah.
Would there be any purpose in doing like a checksum on that, or like an identifier on that, like the way that some like cryptocurrency keys are like tagged with like what system they use?
I would do that, like a multisig. But I think that's more useful actually for the string format. You want like string human readable versions of these.
Right, yeah, you don't have many bits to spare here.
Yeah, but you have, you don't do that here, but when you send these in text form, you do like base 56, base 58, which is what all the crypto guys use, which this is base 64 with similar tokens removed, so that there's less ambiguity or room for error.
Okay.
And then you use base 56, and then maybe you start your string with like, KF 512 underscore, and then your actual thing.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you have this list of keys. So we have a new session because it's a session ID we haven't seen before, and obviously this table you would clear it with a timeout, right? So it's like, if I didn't see a session ID for more than an hour while I scrub it and I erase it, forget that I saw it.
How does the client know whether or not the server knows that this is a new session ID?
Because if you send your hello, this like hello startup sequence, with an existing session ID, then it's probably gonna get rejected by having the wrong IP. If it's not rejected because it has the wrong IP, well, then it's going to try to decrypt this whole thing using its existing key setup. Right? Remember, here we have like shared secrets for the session.
Yeah.
And so that decryption is going to fail. Or like it's going to decrypt to garbage. So it's like not going to send you anything useful back. It's going to be like, here's
Can you guarantee that it'll be garbage? Like, what if it looks like a sequence number and then a data payload?
Well, your protocol already has to deal with like whatever your thing is, you already need checksums in your application layer to handle things correctly. And this is almost certainly not, like, that is incredibly unlikely that you send something that, you could, so if you wanted to make that more unlikely, you'd put a checksum as well on each packet when you encrypt it. So that you basically, there's like no chance you could decrypt something accidentally into something valid. There are many solutions here. Anyway, either way, like for we add in ways that this is going to fail, and then the client is just going to try again.
I see. Okay.
So, because that's what you have to do anyway. This is almost like Ryan Fleury's like don't have errors, or like put all the errors into one track to be handled. So we do that here, where we say like, many of these things can be collapsed down to, well, the client didn't get what you expected, and so you try again.
Right. Okay. No, I get that. Okay, so walk me through what is put in this initial hello packet after the
so we get this session ID, then the public key CRC. This is so the server can identify which public key you're intending to use. This is also a point at which we can ignore the packet if this CRC is not in our list, right?
Then it's like old.
Yeah, exactly. Then after that,
so you can choose whether or not to accept or reject the connection based on the key. Is there any ability for the server to tell the client that it needs to upgrade the connection?
No, but I haven't thought about that.
Okay. That would presumably be the point at which it needs to publish a new public key to the domain name system and to the DNS-ish system anyway.
Yeah.
So the client would be able to
subscribe
to that.
My feeling is that like if you have an out-of-date client who's trying to connect to you with like old keys, sure you could like tell the key, or you could tell the client that it should update its keys. But then I feel like that just goes bad. Like it doesn't help. It's like the guy in who went to Belarus, and then his phone is complaining like, oh, Google.com doesn't have the right key. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't, like, we just presume that the client has an up-to-date machine, because that seems
okay.
Because the reason
so the failure
for that
mode here is that like the client's machine is out of date in a way that like it would be unreasonable to try to use this public key or to even
because again the reason is look, if the client is out of date, how does it even know where to connect to? Right? You don't even know the IP address of the box that you're trying to go to. And so imagine you actually go to the wrong box, and the wrong box says, hey, the key is wrong, you need to update. But you actually don't need to, well, maybe you do need to update, or maybe it was like a malicious entry or something. Like, it's just not actually clear what happened.
I see, okay.
All right, anyway, so we put the ciphertext in, which is in the thing that gets decoded into the session key. And the session key was generated on the client side.
Okay.
Okay, this thing, let's see, for Kyber 512, this is 768. And you notice for 124, this like blows outside of the MTU. So we're gonna have to talk about how to solve that in a moment. But 768. I mean, actually, we can talk about that right now, which is if you run out of MTU, probably the setup packets should always be under the MTU size. Because this should be like fire and forget. You don't really have any time to do like MTU discovery. So what happens if we run out of space? We just send another packet with the same session ID and then keep going. And then we hope that they arrive in order. Right? Because if they arrive out of order...
Clarify, you're saying you continue on the protocol like without receiving a response?
Yeah, we just send another packet with the continued data. And also but this package PKCRC tells us how big the key is, so the server actually knows that like, oh, this key is so big, so it will continue in the next packet.
Okay, I see. But if
Philip, tell me, you work with networking. How common is a UDP reordered packet?
It's not that common, but yeah, I don't have exact measurement on packet jitter. I know it happens, but like loss is much more common. Like it's much more likely that one of the packets is just dropped. Yeah. Which is basically equivalent to like both of the packets being dropped, because if you can't.
Yeah. And a reorder is also equivalent to both of the packets being dropped. If you have acknowledgments, yes. But in this, so far in the scheme, we don't have any acknowledgement setup. And so anything going wrong.
We can just walk through it's pretty fast to walk through the different failure modes, okay, right? Sure, and they're not that bad. If if we have some like we have a 2-packet payload, and the second packet has just the session ID and then the rest of the ciphertext. If they arrive in order, we have no problem. If the back half of the ciphertext arrives before the front half of the ciphertext, but they both come through, then the server is going to receive them. Is going to ignore the first one, process the second one. Sorry, it's going to ignore the second one, which arrived first, processed the first one, which arrived second,
and then have no data,
and then receive more. Yeah, either no data or more data that ends up being interpreted as the rest of the ciphertext, and then being used to establish a junk session secret, shared secret, which will then be used to only generate garbage, and then the connection would eventually be rejected once like data comes through. Or once a fourth packet comes through, the session will just like fail.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this ciphertext is, I don't know, maybe it can fail. I don't think you can just tamper with this and get a different secret, but I could be wrong.
So it's kind of robust against like tweaks or like against.
Yeah, even if it isn't, you just add a checksum.
Right. Okay.
No, you don't.
Checksum, and that could be.
No. You add a checksum like at the end here after the ciphertext. So, actually, let's do. Yeah. Let's add a CRC here.
Another 8 bytes.
Yeah.
So we're currently at
the entire hello. Of
the entire hello.
Yeah. Okay.
I see. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Now we're done.
Yeah, because now if they arrive out of order, if the second one fails, or the first one fails, or they arrive in the wrong order, the like third packet that comes like as starting the data payload will have adjunct CRC, and then the server can instantly recognize that the ciphertext is junk and something and was not correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So now that's end of packet 1. That's the entire hello.
Yeah. And again, this is compatible with an extension to the protocol that supports 1024, because the ciphertext would be bigger, but then it would wrap into the next one. The CRC would be at the end of the next one. It wouldn't.
Yes.
It would be like split off, and there wouldn't be a CRC in the first packet.
Exactly. And then so then our odds go down slightly with the bleeding into the second packet, but maybe that's fine. Maybe eventually we'll get like browser type tweaks where it's like, oh, when you connect, to really make sure you connect once with the 2 packet thing. You at the same time connect, assuming a bigger MTU that fits the whole thing. You see which one arrives.
Yeah, I know Cloudflare recently changed their MTU. They like upped their MTU. I'm not sure exactly how that works, but it's actually not 1280. It's like 14 something, because apparently UDP traffic specifically fares better when they do that. So it's 1280 might be a little bit conservative, but it's also probably appropriate.
But 1280 is the IPv6 guarantee. It's like, this is rock solid. There will never be less. There is like no IPv6 device that doesn't support 1280.
Right. Yeah. The other thing is that are you sure that there's no UDP overhead on this 1280? Does this include the UDP header?
No, this is the whole packet, including the IP header and the UDP header.
Wait, you're saying this is the whole packet, as in the 1280 is... Does the 1280 bytes
that
include the header?
Yes.
So we need to fit in less than... We need to fit in...
Maybe,
1280 minus the size of the IP header minus the size of the UDP header, correct?
Yep.
Okay. I think we're still well within range for that. Like, we have like, 300 bytes to spare?
Yeah.
We're at 792 right now, and that's 400. We have 488 bytes left, so we'd be fine.
Yeah.
We're currently fine.
Yeah, there's a question
That's
here. Like,
more
I would like to be able to stuff more data on the end here. But I think for simplicity, actually, you just don't do that. Because this way we can actually... Well, no, we can totally do that, because we know how big the key is. So we know how big the ciphertext is and where the CRC is. Yeah, so we can totally just stuff more data on the end here. Which is, if we have space left over in our packet, we can fill it with like a sneaky extra packet of our own data that we want to send.
Of what would that be? Oh, you mean like data payload?
Yeah. We could just like start putting data payload. If the data payload is small, why not make it 1 packet instead of 2?
Right. Yeah. And I also want to point out if you look at the web page for the Kyber key sizes, no matter what they are, they're not like a clean round number division of the 1280 MTU. So you're guaranteed to have some amount of bytes left over after the key, after the ciphertext, because
even if you go to 2 bytes,
either it's fit within 1 packet, and in which case you have space at the end of the packet, the first packet, or you expand it to a second packet, in which case you have space at the end of the second packet.
Mm-hmm.
So you're always guaranteed to have some amount remainder. You just don't know how much. It depends on what the size is. In that medium size, the ciphertext looked a bit in the middle, and we might not have that much room left.
Yeah, I don't plan on using the middle. It seems weird. It seems like you go for efficiency, and then you go for like, oh shoot, let's go secure. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So this is the handshake. You can see that it's not a handshake. It's like barely a message, you know. But we have a shared secret after this, which means that the data format. This is less certain, but I'm sure you can help me here. The data format after this looks something like, okay, we're gonna start with our session ID. Then we assume that everything after this is encrypted with
The shared secret.
Yeah, with the shared secret. So we have this like encrypted payload. In here, we expect some kind of flag over what this is. Do you kind of want like data packet and acknowledgement, right? As two types. I don't know.
Yeah,
I thought about unifying these actually. You could say that like
I don't
every
know what you
data
mean by
packet.
data packet and acknowledgement.
I mean, so okay. After this, we're gonna have some scheme by which we send packets, and we also send acknowledgements as just a part of this protocol.
Why?
But we don't resend. Application level resends. So that we have some idea of what got to the other side.
So why would we want to send acknowledgments if the application layer is the one doing like resends and stuff? Can't the application
because I think you just want that generally. I just think you want, like, it's for MTU discovery, like dynamic MTU discovery. You need this remember, you need this to do bandwidth properly, to do exponential backoff. All these things.
Okay.
But not one acknowledgement
per
packet. So here was my idea.
Okay.
Let's roll with the more exciting version of this idea. That's like a little bit more different, because that'll be exciting.
Okay.
So we'll basically say that, like, okay, this whole thing is encrypted, right, with our secret key. Or our shared secret, sorry. What we then will do is we will say, okay, in here there's a little header. Okay.
Yeah.
Then there's a variable number of acknowledgements as described in the header. Okay. Oh, and this also contains like sequence number and stuff.
Yeah, so we need that. So yeah. I just want to clarify right now. So this is this is intended to be an unordered, unreliable protocol, but it's encrypted and there are sequence numbers, right?
There are sequence numbers.
So the sequence numbers indicate that
every time we send up one of these, we increment the sequence number.
Okay. But still, yeah, there's no resending, there could be loss, and there's no reconstruction. So it's not like we don't have streams. We don't have any streams here.
No, there are no streams.
Sequence numbering is just to help understand. It's to help establish a timeline.
Well, it's to make it a connectioned protocol. To like, so that if we're sending stuff in one direction, we know we understand that we aren't just blasting the network with traffic that's not going to anybody, because we're receiving acknowledgements to say yes, I'm receiving this, I'm receiving.
Okay.
Like, otherwise it would be a truly irresponsible protocol.
Right. Okay, yeah. I see what you're saying. Okay.
So we have
you're saying your plan is...
Oh, but we have a variable number of acts. In your scheme, what you think is cool. It's like, why do we send one act when we can send like a whole bunch of acts?
Mm-hmm.
Right? In case one of the acts gets dropped. We want acknowledgement redundancy.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Now, how big are these acts going to be? Are they going to be...
No.
How big is the sequence number?
That's a good question. I don't know what the best way to encode this is. My just do the simple thing instinct says the sequence number is 32 bits, and then so are the acts. And then you just let that thing roll over when it gets to 4 billion.
Mm-hmm.
4 billion packets in a session is huge.
Potentially, but TCP actually random rolls the sequence number as a way to like avoid, as a security measure to avoid like attacks where you like
All right, but that
if you
we
start at the same sequence number every time, you can
yeah
try and like replay the same connection. But we don't really have that problem again because we're sending a shared secret.
yeah, and the session ID blocks you from replay. Within as like you can't replay the same thing to the server. You could imagine like you record the whole sequence, and resend that again. There's actually no way to defend against that. And so if you care about replay attacks, you need an application level, just back and forth handshake. Because like the cool thing, we don't have
the client needs to authenticate themselves.
Yeah, or even just like I sent you this random number. The server sends a random number to the client and then expects that random number to get sent back over the encrypted channel, right? You just need something basic like that to stop.
I see.
Because the thing is because we've said we have no handshake, this means that so far this can all be done just one way, which means actually there is no way, I'm pretty sure, to stop a replay. Like to actually stop a replay seriously. Because, well, I can just, if I record all the packets you send to the server, and then I wait 2 months and drop the same packets in the same order, then they're going to get recognized by the server. It's going to have the correct key. The ciphertext, like all this is going to check out because it's
even
the
if
same
you added
packet.
A signature from a specific user's like public key, it would you just copy down the signature and you'd save that too, and the signature would be in the packet, and you just send it again, and it's authenticated as well.
Yeah.
And of course, you could put a timestamp on it, like a Unix timestamp.
You could. Oh yeah, so that could be another way you'd solve replay on the application side. I don't really think we need to bother ourselves with that.
Your preference is towards application level.
Yeah, also because like as soon as you add a timestamp, you assume a universal time code that everybody agrees upon. And now you're in like CrowdStrike territory again, as is very easy to end up. Because like, oh wait, what if we start doing like all the devices are synchronizing their time using this protocol, and then the time goes out of sync, and then like we can't send packets anymore because like this died, we have no synced up time.
Right. No, yeah, that's totally fair. I think. Have you? So back to the question at hand, which is sequence numbering. I think given that we're shielded in this like shared secret environment where like we're subject to replay attacks and like we can avoid that if we want, sequence numbers are probably fine being 32-bit. Yeah. I don't think they're fine being 16-bit, and it would be kind of weird to make them 24-bit.
Yeah. Yes, you probably do 32-bit sequence number. You also need a nonce, probably, on here, just to make like.
Could the sequence number be the nonce?
Sure. I mean, I don't know. I just think it's a bit weird to not start at 0, but perhaps I'm just not a network head.
Start at 0?
Yeah, I like the idea of you if you split off the nonce. Okay, here's the deal. Okay, here's what we do. 32-bit sequence number. The nonce is the top 8 bits.
Okay. That's going to start at 0, right?
Yeah, but so if you want the actual sequence number, you just mask off the lower 24.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
But I mean, it's actually probably better. It's actually probably better to randomly generate a sequence number. I think you're right. I just don't like it.
I don't fully understand why the nonce is necessary.
The nonce is there just to throw.
That an encryption thing?
Yeah, you just want to throw some random bits in, so that the encryption doesn't look the same.
Like if you had the same. Okay. Like maybe the client was dumb and reused the same shared secret or something, they would get the exact same ciphertext here. In this,
it could be that. I think there's also like leaking if we, I don't know. I feel like
You want to seed it with some randomness. I see.
Yeah. It just, my intuition is that when it comes to encryption, it's always dangerous to be like encrypting the same data. If everybody is encrypting very, very the same data, then that's problematic. So like, just makes me more calm to know we added some randomness in there so that it's always different.
Yeah, so you could just generate a random number between 0 and 2 billion, and then put that in the lower 31 bits of the sequence number, and that's your starting sequence number. Or if you prefer actually starting from 0 sequence numbers, then you just add a 32-bit nonce afterwards or before. But I think you can just generate a 31-bit random number, and you'll still have 2 billion packets of headroom
before we get the rollover. Right. Yeah, that's reasonable. Yeah. That's So 31-bit start number.
Yeah. And both the client and server could generate a separate 31-bit start number, and that prevents replay attacks once the connection starts happening, because you have to ACK the server's randomly generated sequence number, which you don't know yet.
Yeah, that's what's so magical about the response here, is that the client who's initiating the connection sends all this stuff and the shared secret. And then the packets you receive coming back from the other guy are just, they have this session ID that you already established, right? They have your session ID you just randomly rolled, and a bunch of data that is encrypted with that shared secret you just rolled. So from the client's perspective, if you expect a response, which probably you do if you like just want the most basic ACK to like know this arrived, or you could imagine like just building something that didn't care about hacking either, which was like, oh, we just send this, and then it's like a one packet message that we just drop, and then we don't listen for the response.
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. And I think 32-bit sequence numbers is totally a reasonable size as well.
Because rollovers, is TCP 16?
TCP is 32-bit sequence numbers.
Okay, right. So it's interesting. Oh. Yeah, so the variable ACKs, I'm not sure. It could either, it's like an array of, it's just like, oh, there are 6 ACKs, and then there are 6 32-bit integers. However, my Mike Acton in me is saying like, hey, we probably want to ACK packets that arrived recently, right? So maybe it's actually it's like one 32-bit sequence number. No, maybe the ACK is, so you want the sequence number and then a 32-bit field, right? So it's like I ACK this, I send an ACK for this number that I sent you, and here are a field of the 32 before that can either be set or not set based on I received this and know about it.
I'm really happy that you said that, because I'm wondering if you read about ACK vectoring, or if you just came up with that on the fly. I guess it's not super.
Well, I at some point have read most of Gaffer on Games stuff, and so probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also, you talked to me at length about single ACKs being stupid, so yeah.
Yeah. The bitfield solution is actually really interesting, and I'm like sad I never thought of it. It's great. It's just, if you have a 64-bit bit field, you can acknowledge the 64 previous packets that arrived and tell you on an individual granular level, did this one arrive, did this one arrive, did this one arrive, did this one arrive, which ones didn't. You can do like you can do like CPU bit ops on the bits to quickly figure out the indices that were dropped. You can do a pop count to measure what percentage of the most recent packets were dropped. it's cool.
RISC-V doesn't have
and
hop
it's
count, which is a little bit sad. But
ah
you have
yeah,
to do the bit count from Hacker's Delight, where you do like the shift by half a couple times. So you get there in like square root number of bits instructions.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. So yeah, if you have the bit field, then first of all, it's no longer variable width, so you have a fixed known size. And then you have some guaranteed number of acknowledgments that you're going to get.
Yeah. So question is, when do you send these? Because you could imagine doing. So now you had this opportunity to do Nagel's algorithm, but on the axe.
Buffer up the axe.
Which is okay. We should say, like, there's a policy here where we must act. We must act every number once.
I see what you're saying. Like, we have an opportunity to make a little bit more space sometimes to acknowledge.
So it depends, like, how redundant you want to be.
Well, hold on. Yeah, the important.
So
remember,
if you send the whole time, so here's the idea. If you send the whole time, you're back to stupid TCP. Because then you just send one ACK per packet. So you want to hold off, but the reason you want to hold off is actually.
Wait. If you have the vector, then you're acting 64 every time. You're acting 64 the most recent.
Okay, yeah, but what if I don't receive 64 new packets? You need to do you're doing like a timeout, waiting. You're like doing Nagel's algorithm up to a batch of 64 and then sending that.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right.
Well,
but there's actually a catch. You still want to
send acknowledgements because. If the client is sending packets and you aren't receiving any of them, it's important for the client to know, if it can receive packets, that you haven't acknowledged any of them, and that your sequence number is actually stuck.
But that's a timeout on the other side. But say, here's the magic. Okay, if communication is being sent both ways, then every time we send a datagram packet from the server to the client, or like the other way, we include one of these ACK blocks.
Yeah.
I'm going to call this a SAC for a super ACK, because it's like super ACK.
Yeah.
Right. So we always send a SAC.
Yeah, that's important.
So we just have something that fires on some timeout. We haven't sent a package back to the other side in this long, and we have ACKs that we have not sent, and so we will send a packet.
Send a null packet.
Send a null packet.
Which will then
just
have
acknowledge.
ACKs on it.
Yeah, and I guess we increment the sequence. Wait. No, your clean acknowledgement.
You don't increment the sequence number of your.
Yeah, if it's just an acknowledgement packet, we don't increment sequence number. True. Yeah, I guess you send like a null sequence number.
You could. It doesn't matter. You
no, because then the other guy has to acknowledge your ACK. Right.
Well, he'll do it when he sends his next data, or he'll do it when he sends his next null ACK.
Oh no! Here's the policy. Because we have the SAC and then we have data after this, okay, which is described how long it is in the header. If the data length is 0, you don't acknowledge.
Okay.
So we can increment the sequence number, but if the data is 0.
By the way, I just want to point something out. We got to make a discrepancy here between the sequence number, the two different sequence numbers, because the client has a sequence number and the server has a sequence number, and those go at different speeds.
Yes. Yeah.
And so you want to send your own sequence number, like what is the sequence number of this packet, but you also want to send what is the sequence
Oh,
number
true,
that I
true.
acknowledged, and then the bit field after it of the 64 bits before that acknowledged number.
True.
What did I acknowledge?
True. So question is it, do we get actually more information? So I'm imagining, say we send this SAC packet, so it's got no data.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We don't expect an ACK. The client is not going to send us an ACK. But due to our SAC scheme, the next time he sends us a packet, and it's been less than 64 packets, this acknowledgement is going to be in the bit field, right? And so we actually do get, like, on the side, some info of these acknowledgements that we sent, which is, I think, probably interesting, because then we get actually more information about packet drop than TCP can.
Wait, can you just clarify that for me? I thought we didn't increment the sequence number when we received an empty packet. So why would that be in the bit field?
I know I said that, but then I changed my mind. But then maybe I should change my mind back, and we don't increment the sequence number. The reason I said we don't increment the sequence, the reason I said we don't, is because then we have to send ACKs. In my mind, right? And then I was like, oh no,
but you're thinking like maybe it's useful information to actually send ACKs for ACKs, because
no, it's not useful to send ACKs for ACKs. They're like in the ACK system, right? We increment the sequence number, but we don't have this requirement to send an ACK. But an ACK may accidentally arrive for this ACK in the next SAC.
Okay. Wait. I see what you're saying. So if I understand correctly, and just correct me if I'm wrong, if both guys stop talking and just have no data to send, they will both repeatedly, their sequence numbers will stay dormant, but they'll start sending acknowledgments to each other and continually do that.
No, that's not what I meant. I meant, okay. We send a packet this way, okay? This one has data. Yeah. Dot. Data. Then we send an ACK back. Okay. Then we don't.
And it's an ACK that has no data in it, right?
Yeah. No data. Yeah, actually we should label these. This is a data. This is an ACK. Okay. And then we send here. We send a data with acknowledgement. Okay.
Okay. So we're taking the TCP principle of, like, we're not going to unconditionally include acknowledgement in our packets in case we're like blasting a bunch of packets at one time where we only put an ACK on like the first one. We're going to have an optional ACK field.
No, we always send. Well, I know actually. I lied. Sorry. This is also DA.
Okay. Now I understand. Okay.
Yeah. So we always send this ACKs, these ACK things. This is like an explicit ACK, right? So actually, this bump, I guess there's an option of whether or not this should bump the serial number or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we only care about the data, we don't bump the serial number, because actually we squeeze out important packets with data from this. Yeah, actually we should not increment. Yeah, no increment.
If you increment, then it'll show up in the bit field. If you don't increment, it won't show up in the bit field.
Yeah, and we don't want it to show up in the bit field, not because it's not useful, but because it's less useful than actual packet information about which data did not arrive.
You want to see if the data arrived.
Yeah. Because we already know, in a way, somebody already knows if the data did not arrive.
Yeah, exactly.
If the acknowledgement did not arrive. That's what I meant. Or like it might accidentally. So we don't have, like in TCP, the acknowledgement could be dropped. But and then we resend anyway. But that can happen anyway here. This can happen anyway, but it's much less likely to happen because we have all these ACKs and it's a set of 64. Because as if we go back to the network education we did a couple hours ago, the audience should recall that packet drops happen. They're normal. They're expected. But they happen to like one packet at a time. They're very random. There's never like... It's rare to have like a whole set taken out. It's one here, one there, because it's very randomly distributed.
Yeah, not on like a good connection. There's kind of two modes. There's like the random spattering, and then there's like the long-term loss, where like you can't really be expected to, like you very usually have to do something special anyway. Like your Wi-Fi cut out for like a second or 2 seconds, and like many applications need to recover from that in a special way, rather than just like pretending that their stream was intact.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe for like file transfer, then you can deal with it.
Yeah.
For like a 2-second or 30-second timeout.
Yeah, for many real-time stuff. Again, we're designing here, assuming that many real-time applications actually want to drop or want to resend new live, more recent information, and want to not resend. And so that gives you... Yeah, in the 1 second dropout, you just want to not resend most of the time.
So there's there's one thing that I want to raise, which is the question of multiplexing.
Hold on.
Just to wrap up.
Yeah, so we don't increment the sequence. We only increment the sequence number when there is data.
And the advantage of sending 0 data packets is that you can keep the connection alive. So the server will refresh the session ID as having received something recently, and so the connection is still alive. It's kept alive, and so the life of the connection can be sort of monitored.
Yeah. And I guess, do you send that one way? You kind of need a ping, like an internal ping, I guess. Or I guess if both parties have
No, they're both automatically sending ACKs to each other, then you figure out what the ping is.
Right, but if no data is transmitted, wouldn't that mean...
Yeah, you don't know the ping time because you don't know you don't know when those ACKs got ACKed.
Oh, okay, so you're implying here that both sides just send ACKs at some steady rate just to keep the connection alive.
Yeah. That's what I would have assumed. You could make that an application layer option, but
yeah, I mean, I was gonna make like I was gonna implement the library for this as like a fully, like almost like a coroutine style API, where it's like, it doesn't have a thread of its own, right? I like make sure to poll this thing by call into the code that like does all the checks the timers.
Definitely.
Should we do some stuff? Returns.
Definitely.
Yeah.
That's the way to go. That's what I prefer.
But yeah, so okay, we have two things to note down then. So we have sequence number is only good. You can say something else in the meantime.
Right. If you, as many applications do, want to measure the ping time, then you can do that completely locally and do it without establishing a universal timecode by just sending actual data and then seeing how long it takes for you to receive an ACK. Because it'll show up in the ACK vector, and so you can. I mean, the kind of downside is that you have to send some data, but you could send useful data if you want to do that. You could send a keep alive for your application, like an application layer keep alive, or you could send a what's it called? You could even potentially send a time, and then I think you can use, if you send your own time, the server can do some special tricks. You could do, there's some special protocol stuff you can do to get like network time protocol-ish style things, to like figure out what the server says the current time is, and then you can like use that if you want to synchronize your clock or anything, and it tells you the ping time. Yeah, I mean, you could do a lot there.
Okay. So where do we want to go from here? We've described this protocol. We can connect. We can do it one way. So we can have no handshake. We can have one handshake if we want. I mean, the one handshake is just you listen for the acknowledgement that arrive. You send the actual data you intended to send after this, and you get an acknowledgement.
Yeah. The thing, though, that I wanted to ask real quick is, would you provide an option not to have any acknowledgements in the case where the application layer is going to be doing multiplexing on this connection? Given that the way multiplexing works is that you have a bunch of separate streams, whether they're reliable or unreliable. Do you want to provide a mechanism by which they can decide that, like, I want a sequence number that's per stream or per channel?
You would just add that on top, right? So this sequence number system, remember, this is not for retransmission. This is for giving. So I think many applications actually end up having, as we've gone through before, end up having this packet layer that's layered on top of a stream, which I don't think is good. Is that many applications would benefit from taking your packets, saying, do they fit inside my MTU? Great, just send them. You want the lib that implements this to do MTU discovery for you. But you have that, and then okay, it doesn't fit, so I need to fragment it across two packets, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, you could just do that where you just say, like, similar to how we did it in the beginning, where we just said, if we run out of space, we go on to the next one. You could do that. You could do that, and just then if you drop any of the packets, you just consider the whole thing dropped. You could do that. Because again, drops are they happen, but they're infrequent if you do things right. And then that obviously doesn't work for, like, I'm sending this 1 gigabyte payload, and any dropped packet I'll consider the 1 gigabyte dropped. I'll try again.
Resend on the 1 gig.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the reason we want acknowledgements as well, I guess, and the reason why UDP, you need to be a little bit hesitant with. We make UDP easier for people because this acknowledgement system the lib that you use for this will also implement handling transmission at the right speed to not have too much drop, right? Like the exponential backoff and stuff. That's all handled in.
And it's also important. The advantage of this, that is an advantage over other operating systems, is that, well, because this is like application level, like this is just exposed in an API, you can figure out what packets have I received so far, even if they're still fragmented and haven't yet been fully reconstructed, so that I have information about that, and I can inspect it, read those packets if I want, process them early. And what do I know about what the other side has received? And I can do analysis on that without, like, hiding that behind some API. That's really good, and that's an advantage of this system, and an advantage of exposing this protocol to the users of the protocol.
Yeah. So you wanted to do streams. How I would do streams is you just say, like, you just build something on top of this that has some streams. And what you're basically saying then is you have a layer on top of this that if you want streams, byte streams, and you want them to like in TCP style, retransmit everything, have everything arrive exactly byte for byte in order, then you just build that, and then you have something that sits on top and will just resend information that's lost in the stream. So you have a second sequence number, but the sequence number here is what's telling you what got dropped and what did not get dropped.
Do you even need a second sequence number? Because for one, you could just use the top. You could one thing you could do is just put a channel number after the like in the data, and now you just have this like these sequence numbers. They're like sort of out of order within a channel, but you can still reuse these sequence numbers to figure out what arrived, what didn't arrive, because you still know globally like every packet that got through.
Right.
But then you just look when you look at per channel level, you just like have a mapping from like, oh, this sequence number mapped to this part of the channel, this sequence number in the channel. And so if one channel like sends a bunch of packets,
I don't think that works, because I think the sending side knows what channel data got what sequence number, but then if it gets dropped, the other side doesn't know what was in the packet that got dropped. So you actually don't know what stream that was supposed to go in. You don't even know, like if you imagine you have, like you have multiple streams here. Or I guess,
no, well, the channel
right.
ID's in there, so you just take the, like, if the sequence number is greater than anything you've ever received in the channel, then it's at the end of the channel.
I see. Yeah, you're right.
Then you just slot it into the reconstruction buffer.
Right. So you actually have like you do a TCP type acknowledgement, where it's like I've received it's not quite I've received everything up until this point, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, you use that to detect drops, right?
Yeah. And then the other option is that you just like put a channel number in the top few bits of the sequence number, like the top 8 bits or something.
Yeah.
Or you put that in the top 8 bits, and then you have another 8 bits in the data field.
I would probably just put another sequence number per stream. Because I went back on what I just said. That
for simplicity.
Yeah, but I went back to not thinking that it would work with using this sequence number only. But it doesn't matter. It's a separate problem.
Yeah, because
it's trivially solvable to have the streams on top.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, how much if you weren't like using or like relying on these unreliable acts, then you're using like what I think you're theoretically wasting like 12 bytes per packet.
Yeah. And
if you completely ignore your sequence number and the other guy's sequence number and your acts.
Yeah.
But just don't ignore it, and then you have more information.
I guess the thing I like about this system is that by combining, or I like this break, I sort of don't like when Unix internet people talk too much about layering. Like, oh my god, the layering is so cool. We have the 7-layered OSI model with the cake. That's the cake stinks. But in this case, I actually like the layering here of saying if you want streams, well, I feel like that should be a part of something like eNet, like a library of eNet type, where it's like, oh, I'm making a video game, so I need multiple streams, and I want streams and unreliable stuff. And then the guy making like the web server, he's aping a web server. He's aping quick. He can say like, oh, I'm just going to have reliable streams because that's what I'm doing, etc.
Yeah.
Because that's application specific, how they want to do things. And that's actually, you couldn't do that on TCP because TCP has head of line blocking and reliability too far down the stack.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Shall we move on?
I mean, the only thing.
Do we have questions? Are there questions to be sampled about this?
There's one question.
One
with
question
regard
on
to
this
the
topic
Falcon
out
library.
of the thousands of questions that are not relevant, right?
So the first question is what happened with the nonce? Did we decide that we were going to have a nonce, or did we not? Well, so what happened is that we
Random sequence
generated a
number start.
31-bit random sequence number, and that
Yeah.
injects randomness into the system.
Yeah,
And
so it's a nonce
prevents
and a
replay
sequence
attacks.
number. So it's actually just scientifically better in all ways.
Yeah, and it prevents replay attacks.
Well, it doesn't prevent replay attacks.
Well, you have to acknowledge. Well, yeah, if
If
the first time through you acknowledged anything, then you can't. You have to. You're acknowledging a specific randomized number, and then the next time around,
but who cares
you'd be
about the
acknowledging the wrong
acknowledgements?
stuff.
If it's one of these, I only send and I don't listen, then it
then
still
you
suffers
can't.
replay.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm a little bit interested in how multiplexing would fare with this system. I think it's mostly fine. And I don't mean multiplexing for reliable streams. I just mean multiplexing for like unreliable or reliable. But I think if you just keep track globally of all the packets that got received, I'm pretty sure you only just need the channel ID. You don't even need a separate sequence number. But for simplicity, you could definitely do a separate sequence number.
Yeah. For unreliable, you just need a channel ID because you're just sorting them at the exit point. You go here, you go here, you go here.
Yeah, it's just bucketed.
I would probably do like a application-specific packet format that's like another wrapper that has application-specific stuff. But that's just me.
And that'd be separate from this format, or just within this
that
format?
would be separate from this format, but like what my data payload, right? So I feel like what I would end up doing is saying, hey, I'm making a Discord clone. Okay, my Discord clone is going to send voice data. It's going to send text submission, like text posts. It's going to send, it's gonna send text posts. It's gonna send text requests, image requests, and I would just make like a kind of a, not really a tagged union, but some kind of like, let's just merge all of these into one sort of packet type, and then we'll put a byte on the front, and we switch based on like what is this thing that came in.
Yeah, exactly. And then you have one connection with all possible content types on one process, on one computer, on one thread.
Yeah.
And it's
if you want to debug that, you just record on the client side. You just record what the packets came in what order. You could even make a test suite that's like based on pre-recorded series of this internal format. Like, we received a voice data, and then we received a voice data, and then we received a post request for this message, etc. And it's like an event.
And you could also this might be overkill, but you could even, when you record the packets, you could even timestamp them and then try to replicate that frequency of sending. And
right.
It might help you like fuzz test the server with timing bugs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you have a lot of opportunities there.
Yeah, it's simple. It's nice.
And it's simple.
Yeah,
I don't even. Is there?
Well, we have DNS.
You walked through all the cryptography.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Well, we did. Yeah, we did all the cryptography. We've done the connection, so we can connect to things. Okay. In the new Serena world, we
Yeah.
can now connect to things. But we assumed that we had an IP address and a public key.
Yes. That's notable.
How do we get these? What we do is Philip, what's the name of a Discord group? Let's do. Well, I don't know. I don't know if. Can you come up with the name of a Discord server that you run that you would be comfortable sharing the name with publicly?
A Discord server I run. Yeah. Happenlance.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna say over the counter, but
Absolutely not. No way.
Okay, so PhillipTrudeau. I'm gonna call you PT. Okay.
I actually don't run that. There's an inner sanctum that runs that.
Over the counter.
Yeah.
Okay.
It goes all the way up.
Wow. So anyway, here you are.
Can we actually take just like a 5-minute break? Is that okay
Sure,
with you?
we can do that. I need to heat more of my coffee anyway. So.
Yeah.
I guess
we
people
will be back imminently, guys.
put your questions.
Put your questions. Don't touch that dial.
Yeah. We'll be back in 5.
All right. Awesome.
Let us see. Is Philip back in time? I guess not. I said 5 minutes, and I disappoint. Has anybody said something valuable? True, birthdays aren't uniformly distributed. Birthdays aren't uniformly distributed. See, I might have a solution for this. Let me see. We'll see if Philip gets back in time. Otherwise, we might have to recruit other talent to, warm the seat, so to speak. Man, it can't be easy. It cannot be easy. Look at this. I'm pretty sure we said, hey, let's go on break. The 5-minute break. I'm pretty sure we said 5-minute break at, I don't know, at like 18 or something, 10 minutes ago. I'm pretty sure. I guess we can draw in the meantime. We have this is PhillipTrudeau. Okay, so PhillipTrudeau runs the Happenlance network. Okay. And this is a Discord server. But in this case, it's going to be a network. And in this case, a network is some kind of group of people, whatever. It doesn't super matter. Point is, I'm still going to say all the buzzwords now. Point is, it is a blockchain. What does that mean? It means not that it's a bunch of servers running and talking to each other. It means that it's a series of blocks that are chained because the furthest forward block has a hash of the previous block. Okay? And to add on top of that, they are also all signed by PhillipTrudeau. So he signs each one of these blocks. That's how we know it's a legitimate block. And you know, if PhillipTrudeau's key has not been leaked, there will only be one valid block that follows the previous one. Great, so we have this chain of blocks. Now, these contain info basically as a sort of write-only database. I mean, obviously you can read from this as well, but, you know, PhillipTrudeau can write to this database by writing new blocks. Everybody else can only read this. So what you do is you have a file on your computer that says, hey, I trust PhillipTrudeau. Actually, it's not that. It's you import Happenlance. Actually, I guess this should be HL. My bad. Whoop. So this is HL. So what happens is that you import HL, and right, so what this database allows us to do is we can have records of people, servers, keys, IP addresses, the whole lot. And what PhillipTrudeau is going to do is he's going to build a server over here that he connects to. That he pushes these blocks to. And then what we're going to do as a client.
That would be me.
Yeah, well, no, you're not the client. You're PhillipTrudeau. I'm the client.
Oh, true.
What I do as like the wagey client person. There you go.
Wagey. Okay, interesting.
Well, I don't know. I'm like not a sovereign. That's the point. I'm a serf, a client. You know?
Okay.
I connect to your server and I say like, hey, I want to sync the blockchain that you maintain. The Happenlance blockchain. You see, we missed the crypto, boom and investor cycle. And this is not any cryptocurrency, but we are using a blockchain. So maybe we can apply for some grants somewhere to solve some problem.
That should work, yeah.
I mean, the Linux Foundation spends far more money on blockchain than it does the Linux kernel or Linux development in general. So, I'm sure there's money out there. Anyway, we'll back up a little bit so that you're on the same page. You have a key, okay, as PhillipTrudeau. This is like your personal identity key. We decide that we trust your key, but this will be a little bit self-referential. But say we trust your key, we know about your key. You publish a blockchain, which is not a blockchain is not a network of servers that run a decentralized protocol. it's a chain of blocks, right? Where you hash the previous
Fairly
block and put it
self-descriptive.
in the new one. So you run a blockchain that is secured by your key. So each new block is signed by you. And that's how we know it's legit. Okay? We don't use proof of work, we use proof of Philip and his like divine kingly authority over this chain. Anyway, and then because we have a blockchain, we have a database. And then in this database, we can put all the data we care about. Like, who is in the Happen Last network? So we can start, putting in names like Joe, and Alice, Bob, all these people.
So it's really a signature chain.
No, the chaining is done by hashes.
Okay.
But it's secured by signatures, right? In a public blockchain like Bitcoin, the security mechanism is proof of work, right? I will trust there's like proof of work on each guy that makes them expensive to produce, and then the active chain is the longest chain.
Yeah.
Okay, so Joe, Alice, Bob, they get to have names in your database. I, as like a plebeian Serenum user, can in here in this database is information on where do I connect to get new bits of the database. Right? So you run, if you want to be really sovereign, you run this server. I connect to this server and I can download new blocks on this blockchain that I verify. If you want to be self-referential, which of course all these systems need to be eventually to be really sovereign, is that we actually say, I trust your key because it's in the Happen Lance blockchain. And I trust, and I use the PhillipTrudeau key. I trust it, like I know about it from the Happen Lance blockchain. And from nowhere else. This becomes like self-referential, but also self-propagating. You can do a key upgrade where you sign a block with your existing key that writes over the field that says what key you have as the king of this blockchain. Right, so you can do self-signed key upgrade. And then, you just we also have this policy where we can't reverse these blocks.
Couldn't someone if someone compromises your key, couldn't they then take control?
Yeah. And that's when you have a CrowdStrike situation. You need to send out dudes to put the right chain on the box. Because then it's like
a vulnerability with the system that we have now on the normie web. Like if a root certificate got leaked, that would be bad, right?
Yeah. But, I mean, the thing there is that it's not sovereign, right, that system, because you just download the new certificates from Google or Microsoft.
Right.
So there it's like it doesn't even need to be self-sustaining because you basically receive this list of who is valid and who is not from Microsoft and Google.
But if a Microsoft key leaked, that would be really bad, right? Because then you could broadcast out.
That would be really bad.
You could spoof new certificates.
You could imagine like, oh, the Microsoft certificate leaked, and then or like a rogue Microsoft employee who was high level. He sends out a patch using this Microsoft key to erase all the other keys on the box. And only trust his new key that he just forged. And now he is the sole authority that can like send updates to the Windows machines. Yeah, that could happen. And then you'd have to send out dudes to replace the certificates on the boxes.
Right. Okay. So this is no worse than what we have now.
Yeah.
And you possibly can't even really get better than what we have now.
Well, we can get better than what we have now. Is that what we have now is a very, very centralized system, and we said we have this system where you have a blockchain, I subscribe to your blockchain, I get updates. This thing is locally sovereign. And what's cool is you can actually, I can subscribe to multiple of these. So just like I can be in multiple Discord servers, I can subscribe to multiple of these like ID chains. Or like, yeah, something like that. Identity chains is probably the right way to word.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why does it need to be a chain of blocks rather than just one signed list?
Because you want continuity. Like you want basically you want to be able to do key upgrades in a pretty convenient way. Like, I don't know, you could probably do that. It just seems way more fragile. Right? Like, how do you verify? I don't know. It's a big change, right? So the advantage of making it like in blocks like this is that you can send small updates the whole time. It's not this like big. Because remember, Happenlance is this immensely big popular network. So it could be,
Of course.
This could be like 200 megabytes in a crazy world. It wouldn't be, but I mean, it doesn't contain financial transactions, so it's not like it's being updated the whole time. But every time like a new prominent person arrives in Happenlance, you need to create a new block that like adds a dude in here, right? So maybe it's a small block, but
blue name.
You just need like this is like your method actually for doing blue checks, if you think about it.
Right.
Right. Somebody, you have a
new mod roll.
Yeah, a new batch of blue checks rolled up here. Prominent people that you should respect, right? Showed up, and then you need to just like send that out to everybody.
Okay.
Or say another thing. You discovered a new cool website called sparkburst.net run by Sander Jacobsen, and you want to list it as like a website you know about. Because remember, we're using this system for DNS, right?
Yeah.
Probably if you wanted to make the process time smaller, maybe you do like with video compression, we do like an iframe where you send a complete list at some point, or maybe that's an optional extra where you sign this thing that's like, oh yeah, so the blockchain here from this guy and everything backwards, I decided that, well, it doesn't actually need to be signed by this guy. It could actually be from anybody. It's just you're kind of trusting them that they've like pre-compressed all this data together. But it's whatever. It's when it can be verified, it rarely is wrong because somebody can verify it. You could have the full chain somewhere.
Yeah, as long as anyone has the full chain, there's accountability on the like supposed collation of all the chain blocks.
Yeah. And worst case, after like 20 years, you like deprecate your network and switch to a new network. Right. As naturally happens as organizations rise and fall.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, there's not much there's actually not much technical to say here, and it's not something we can like talk about how many bytes should this field be. It sort of has to stay in this like project manager liminal space of like I draw the boxes and the arrows.
Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah. I mean, the important stuff is, okay, we use this to describe people that are prominent in this. So you need to imagine a system like this. How does it function socially? And the way this functions socially is subscribing to this chain is like being in a Discord server. Okay? But not being a member of the Discord server as in everybody else. It's like monitoring a public Discord server. Right? Like you haven't joined, you're not on the list, but you see the list.
Right, yeah.
Okay? And what that gives you is Discord actually has very little spam problems compared to the general internet. And the reason is that you can't DM just anybody. You have to you can DM people you have mutual servers with.
Yeah. I think there is a setting, but I think it might be opt-in
to allow
DMs from arbitrary people.
By default, it's mutual servers. And you can turn that off as well if you want. And then it's like only your friends.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So, the cool thing here is that if we list people, then actually we have this sort of persistent identity. What we do is, for people, we have a personal identifying key, which is that like Joe's key is, remember, like Falcon or like Kyber Falcon, 512, something. Okay. And actually, he has this key. So he has self-sovereign identity that's like more solid an identity mechanism than your passport. I mean, not really, but kind of. And Joe uses this to identify himself when necessary. Because you can send, this is like, those nerds who put their GPG keys on their website, except those don't work, because if I hack your website, I also can change the GPG keys, PGP keys. So it doesn't matter. You're hosed anyway. Or actually, the only way that works is the people who you needed to be in contact with ahead of time copied your PGP keys to somewhere safe before you got hacked. In this case, it's like, it doesn't matter that your site is hacked, because I through the PhillipTrudeau network know what your key is. This also means that
what your actual key is.
You actually resolve. So DNS is valuable, and like you buy a domain name because it's a global identifier that refers to your website. I'm not sure that's that important, because I can never find anything on the global web anyway, because it's all garbage.
Yeah.
So my theory here is that you're going to be visiting websites like you visit Discord servers. Like you find out about one. It's like software projects. If there's a handmade software project, I'm automatically consider it possibly relevant to me, as opposed to a software project on the internet. I'm like, garbage.
Right. Yeah. There's proof. There's like a status signal when it's a member of a constellation that you're already a part of.
Yeah.
That you're already interested in. Yeah.
And this could even just be like, so if you have a website and you wanted to have it be prolific, it could be actually, it has nothing to do with PhillipTrudeau, but the website, the guy is like, hey, PhillipTrudeau, I made this website. I think it serves a useful pro-social business function. Can you please list it in your in Happenlots? And
right.
And if it's like a spam site that's trying to steal your money, you're not going to list it. But if it's like a reasonable, real business, then you're like, oh yeah, sure, why not? I'll list you. And so
right,
that you just embed this human factor and this localness where your web becomes way more local. As Sander says, you actually have to surf the web to find things, because you're like going through like your DNS even. Like what you can connect to is a local thing. It's like I can connect to securely things that I know about through my local networks. And then I can go and I can browse and I can like add other institutions and stuff. You can imagine, Harvard, for example, if that still exists, would have like, the Harvard chain, right? So that means also the cool thing is if you're messaging somebody, say in like the Discord, direct messaging stuff, if you subscribe to the Harvard list, you like click the profile. It's like on Discord. Can you imagine on Discord, you like right click somebody and you check mutual servers and it says mutual servers Harvard, except that's not like you're just in the Harvard server. It's like he's a blue check in the Harvard server. Like he actually matters. Yeah, exactly, an alum. So that's sort of the vibe we're going for with this system.
And it's also worth pointing out that I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but we also get double like attestation if Joe has the same ID in multiple different chains, because now we see, he's in the Happy Lance chain and he's in the Handmade Network chain, which means this Joe guy is extra cool, and I also know that he's the same Joe guy, and so he has almost like confirmations in a blockchain transaction, but in a different way, where there's like on a different dimension, where it's just like, his authenticity, his like social proof is like doubled, or is +1 for every chain that I see him in. So if I as a client only subscribe to some set of chains, and there's an identity that I see in only one chain, I might trust it less than than if I were to see it in multiple chains.
Yeah, and you can imagine, to play this out, probably the plan is that all the Serenum users, right, who are going to be on this new web as the new people, the Serenum users have given me money. I know they're not bots, right? Like they're definitely not bots. If they are and I ban them, that was a very profitable bot. Please, bot, come back again and buy more so I can ban you again. I'm very happy with that transaction. Right, so basically there's going to be a Serenum list of like, here are all the Serenum users, because the Serenum users need to contact each other. It's useful, like, we already have this in the Discord, right? As people join the Discord, they get like the Serenum role, or they get the serenated role. That means, or has been serened, which is like real grammatically correct. But yeah, they get the blue.
Which is distinct from being serenaded, which happened beforehand.
I guess so. I'm not quite sure I know what serenaded means. I guess that's like cooked meat or something.
No, that's what is that? That's something else.
Yeah, I'm
serenaded
just playing
when you like play a song to woo someone.
Oh, right. Oh, that.
So you do that early on before they buy.
Right, makes sense. Yeah. No, this is after. Yeah, this is after.
Yeah.
Anyway, so they need to communicate with each other. You go on the Serenum list. Okay, great. People know you aren't a bot because you're on the Serenum list. Great. They also have a name they can like identify you with. I'm inclined actually to put a gender bit on there, just because I feel like you'd make people upset less if you actually knew how to conduct yourself before you interacted with somebody. Otherwise you end up with like everybody in the internet is a guy theory, or you end up trying to like judge on profile picture. Is this ironic? Are they, there's a video game character they like?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I think I see what you're getting at.
Yeah, I mean, there's risk. There's risk, obviously, of like, sure, yeah, you could be discriminated against. But that was the argument that the Linus Torvalds and the kernel people said, and they got like nearly got kicked out of their own project for that suggestion. So clearly, that's not popular. So. Oh yeah, and also for the other crowd, okay, this is just taking pronouns and making them building pronouns in. Okay, everybody's on their Twitter profile saying, "Here are my pronouns. I'm he him, or I'm her she her." My grammar. Anyway, yeah. So this is
ESL kicking in.
Yeah, this would. Yeah, it's also like 2 a.m, but
right.
Yeah, this is like you just make that built in. So there's plenty of things.
And that could be part of the identity, or it could be part of a chain.
Yeah, exactly. You'd put this in here. So.
Yeah.
So yeah,
you can associate, and yeah, I mean, if there's. The thing is, if you said there's like, oh, you could
do
like
roles.
People have this like amount of status that they have.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do roles, and like
blue checks.
If
you shall address this person as Your Highness.
Has certain right, exactly. If you don't like that someone has a certain like status or level in a set of chains, well, you can just unsubscribe from those chains and subscribe to like chains that feel more like equal to you, or just have a different preferential bias that you prefer more.
Yeah, and cool,
and then you can still weight people by their identities, attestations in multiple chains.
Yeah, it's like,
can you imagine if all the spam websites that had like valid domain names that were HTTPS secure also had like a number on them that just said, or not even a number, just like a color on them that said like, oh, how many like what level of like HTTPS is this? Is this like there's one root certificate that actually attests to this, or were there like 5?
You wouldn't even get that far, because like it would just never reach your inbox, because your computer's like, I've never heard of this guy. Because actually these local networks have way more incentive. So the global certificate authorities, like they handle way too many certificates to actually judge who is real and who is not real. And actually you don't want them to judge who is real and who is not real, because then it would, for you to set up your like, niche blog, right? It's going to be a real pain to get them to sign your certificate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want them not to vet you and like judge you and like evaluate you.
Yeah,
but you don't want to like you don't want to have to get in their good graces either.
No, exactly. And here we get to have websites, and the people who see them are the ones we are in good graces with, or have some kind of recommendation of. So like you can do all the, you can do the censorship thing. It's a little bit like the Fediverse or whatever, where they have block lists. It's a little bit the opposite, because it's by default not federated, and then it's got this like exploratory aspect where it's like partially federated. Fediverse is like by default everybody can talk to everybody, and then depending on which community you're in, you have these large block lists to just like paint out big sections of the network of people you think are reprehensible. And the cool thing here with this like local design, which I think everybody can appreciate, is we get this sort of localness, which means, as we clearly can see, when you make a global platform and you put everybody on it, you quickly get like wars erupt, because the people of the world could not live together because they're not all the same. They actually disagree very, very strongly on many things. But if they get their own like local communities, then you actually get to have this sort of calm, nice, it's like a bad thing to say that you want to be around people who agree with you. But I think actually people want to be around people who agree with them, at least on some fundamental basics.
Well, every social media network has borne that out, for better or for worse. And if people wanted I want the TV experience, like the type of guy who's like, where's my Netflix and my YouTube and my TikTok and my MSN News and my Google
Yeah.
If there's that guy, the prototypical guy, well then he can just subscribe to the officially certified Serenum Incorporated TV chain that just lists the identities of all the big players.
Dude, you go dude, I love my favorite chain is Normie chain. Dude, I consume Normie chain every day.
Yeah. It's the latest news.
You have dude, I subscribe to. You have to get on authorized.chain. It's where it's fact checked. You have a chain that's we only platform sites that are have been fact checked.
Yeah.
On this DNS.
Well, it's like the guy who says
system.
My favorite subreddit is r/all, right? I was like,
yeah.
He wants the filter feed of primary mainstream content.
Yeah. Anyway, so we have this DNS system. We then use this to establish a system of. So that's actually an interesting comment. I've been digging into Urbit over the past week. And my conclusion so far, and this was confirmed by people inside Urbit, that while the original contribution, it's a very cool thing to have done, making this completely functional operating system with a kernel and everything, and this very, very neatly constructed system with the NOC interpreter that can self-virtualize. Do you know it can self-virtualize any amount of times? Because if you run the NOC inside of itself, then it just recognizes that it's running itself inside of itself, and it keeps an a counter that's how many times have we virtualized.
Ah, that's really cool.
Yeah. So when the kernel runs a program, it just runs another interpreter inside of itself that the program then runs in.
Right. Ah.
You just do that ad infinitum.
Cool.
Yeah. So they have all this very cool stuff.
And that lets you nest.
Yeah, but it turns out that actually the thing that's cool about Urbit that makes the network feasible is the system of identities. Because having basically a persistent system for identities allows you to traverse servers in a way that you can't on Facebook.com, right? The key thing that makes Urbit possible is not, now it's really easy to host my own personal server. That's cool. But their implementation of Discord, for example, has the Discord group be hosted on one guy's Urbit anyway. So there's still a servant-client model. It's just that we have a bunch of servers instead of one big server. And the reason they can do that is because we have identity that can move across these different servers. Instead of my Facebook profile is managed by Facebook.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, doesn't that come into the self-hosting problem of you have to host your own server? Isn't that kind of annoying?
Here or on Urbit?
On Urbit.
Well, yeah, on Urbit I don't think you've noticed that. I mean, I don't know. Most people don't.
Okay.
I don't know how many people host their own Urbit instance. It's more you get a DigitalOcean droplet, and then you run Urbit inside that. Or you go on a
Right,
website and
right.
you press, give me an orbit, and it like spawns an orbit for you somewhere.
Right. Yeah, and that would be a good service to provide here as just like an easy start that you can then migrate.
Yeah, but I
If you
actually
want
don't
to.
believe in the personal server for everybody. I think there will always be
Right, me
there will
neither.
be the people who run servers and the people who don't. Running a server is way too complicated, so it actually should be not that hard to run a personal server. But I don't think, like, one of the interesting things is the reason you can't migrate email provider really easily is because your email address is tied to the provider.
Right.
So if your email address is like this key, then so what you do actually to do that is these different chains maintain actually they maintain a server. So in here there's an entry for a server. That's like the email directory server. Okay, I thought about this actually. Oops. So this thing,
Box.
yeah, it's another box. That's how you draw servers.
Separate box, different box.
Yeah, this is a
Or it
box.
could be the same.
Well, and this guy
not
provides, this is like an API endpoint or like a service within Happenlance, which is like I connect to the box and I ask, where do I send this email? Right? And so you say, you provide this key and you say, hey, if I want to send this guy an email, where do I send him? And what you do is you ask one of these in one of the groups Joe is in, because the Happenlance group presumably is remembering email addresses for its members. That seems reasonable.
Right.
Anyway, you go ask your email program, goes asks around a little bit for which email server it is. And then because this is a key that can do signing, if Joe wants to change email server, what he does is that he gets his new email server at some provider. He starts sending out signatures that's like, hey, this is my new server. Here's a timestamp. Here's the new server. Here's a timestamp. Here's my signature. And then you just take this and start sending it around to every one of these boxes that you find that has you listed. And then these boxes are like, oh, right, the timestamp is newer. The timestamp is not in the future. It is signed by you. It is newer than the one I currently keep. So, this is the new server. And then email traffic over time migrates to be going to the new server. So you could actually have two email providers at the same time with your email client connects to both and says hey, do you have emails for me? And then it actually doesn't matter because the email provider is only there to receive them and hold them, but actually can't read them because it's end-to-end encrypted.
Nice. Okay. So the question is, though, doesn't that mean you have to be aware of every server directory that has you and then manually update yourself? And what if you got booted from the chain?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the idea would be maybe you have these guys talk to each other a little bit. They can gossip. This is a typical distributed. This IPNS, not IPFS, but the Interplanetary Name System has something like this. Although I suspect it's actually more centralized than they let on. But this sort of, we publish a new signed proof that this is the new value that this key maps to, is that's just a solved problem, right? You get eventual propagation, because if they talk to each other, compare and gossip, eventually the new one just proliferates everywhere.
Okay, assuming most of the nodes are not hostile.
Yeah, I mean, you want basically the Happenlance network probably is aware of the Handmade network, and maybe they have some gossiping thing where they Handshake every so often to say like, hey, which members do we have in common, and like, do we agree upon where to send their emails?
Right. I mean, kind of the same way that traditional DNS works, which is where like we talk to each other about which way to route names.
Right.
Or
That's at
what a
the
name
top
is,
level.
and then you can ask other DNS servers. But yeah.
Right. So yeah, you do that kind of system. These are just problems we need to solve. If you want to build a global, really widely used internet, yeah, like it gets more complicated. But the basics is I have this way of proving and telling to the world, actually send my emails here now.
Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. I think so.
The thing, this email system is not built for sending emails to random strangers. It's built to send emails to people who you both know each other already or are in mutual groups, like the Discord thing where you can DM if you're in the same server.
One question I guess I would have is, how do you is there any way to guarantee that you can link from one network to another network through, like, for example, a shared user? Like, for example, could Joe publish on this chain that, like, hey, I'm on a bunch of other chains, you can check out these chains, in order to allow a fresh user or someone who feels a bit isolated to be able to, like, dynamically discover new chains? Is that possible? Is that something you've even
I think what you want for that is
have you
basically
looked at that?
browsing the web. So there are multiple ways this can go, right? Like, okay, you talk to people on email. They tell you about new things, lists to subscribe to, new chains. You are in like a Discord equivalent thing, or like IRC chats, that kind of thing. They give you links, etc. The one that's the most stable is I browse people's personal web pages and blogs. And so we have our static web in here. And so it's totally possible that, like, okay, I think the thing you would standardize is you'd say, you know, Joe knows PhillipTrudeau. And so Joe says, hey, Philip, can you list my personal blog, my personal website? And, you know, because you made Joe your member, presumably you say, yeah, sure. Unless, you know, Joe, maybe Joe is like one of those weird characters who, like, I don't know, you're like partially his friend, or like, you know, you're only friends with like half of his personality, so you're like, no, actually your personal site is too distasteful, I won't list it. I like you as a friend, but like I don't like you that much. That could happen, but presumably you list the site, and then that means that everybody else who subscribes to Happenlance, when they start typing in to like go to a website, Joe's blog site is something that can be like auto-completed because your computer knows about Joe's blog site.
Right. I see. Okay. Could you make it part of the system that, like, users could just auto, like, choose what, like, channels just show up on their, like, profile, like, that's associated with their identity? I mean, I guess it would be dynamic you'd actually have to publish that per chain. So
Yeah.
it'd be a little bit of extra work.
Which would maybe you want something like that, you know, maybe you want in your gamer circle to be known by your like Twitch streamer name, but when in the like Harvard Business School directory, you don't want the gamer.
Yeah, you don't want all your like
profile. You want
all
the like
your gamer gooner channels.
Yeah, here are my professional achievements. I worked at so and so company, etc. Yeah, you could imagine a little description associated with each person. It's like optional. Here's what this person is.
Yeah,
Or you can even have like a field that's like here's the on each person there's like a field for personal website. That way they wouldn't just be associated by name, like Joe and Joe's website. It would be. Oh yeah, so the thing to mention as well about links. I mean, this is where it gets a little bit complicated. A link to a static site, to one of these like new web things, is a little bit complicated because, I don't know. Can you come up with a acronym that isn't HTTPS?
Serene, just SERNE. SERENE.
Static.
I have to come up with the acronym.
Document protocol.
SDP.
Yeah.
Serene document protocol.
That works as well. Anyway, okay, you can imagine. Okay, SDP : / and then here we have to do IP. Like bar or like IP _ key, right? So like the KF.
Oh, right.
Right. So basically, you the thing we sacrifice in this scheme is, dude, these links are gonna be crazy. So basically, you want software to be kind of hiding them most of the time. But like it is a text value like you can copy around. Oh yeah, exactly. Like if you can map this to something you know about, you just list Joe's website. If you don't know about Joe's website, you just display, well, it's this link. And this link is globally shareable.
You can tell the user that it's an unknown, that it's available. It's like a unknown but available server, like page.
Yeah, and the cool thing, there's some triangle. I haven't been able to find it online, but it's like mentioned by Bajali Srinivasan and Curtis Yarvin, which this is like triangle of identifiers, which is like, globally unique, human readable, and the third one is something else. But it's like you can have two of these, but never all three.
Persistent or something?
Yeah, probably, yeah. Persistent. Well...
Or no collisions.
That would be globally unique.
Oh, right. Yeah, what is the third one? I don't remember.
It might be like global scope or something. Like everybody agrees upon this. Right? So here, this is the chain, which is that like, it's human readable. Well, not really. It's human readable. It's actually a mapping, right? But it's a human readable thing. It's like there are no confusions, but it's local to this thing. And this guy's global. Anyway, there's an actual thing. Anyway, the nice thing with these links is links
I think it might be meaningful.
Oh, right. Yeah, you're right. It's meaningful. Yeah, exactly. Meaningful.
Oh, and then also people say strongly owned. I think that might be the third one. Human meaningful might just be the same as human readable.
But yes, strongly owned.
I don't know. The point is, being able to be owned by someone for a long time is also.
Yeah. So the cool thing with if we have a link be IP address plus Kyber Falcon whatever key thingy. Yeah. Then
this one is globally unique and it's very well owned. It's strongly owned.
Yes, it's extremely strongly owned. I mean, unless you swap IP address, but actually on your like VPS box that doesn't happen a lot. It actually happens never. I'm pretty sure because like anybody who hosts their own blog on a Linux box, like if your IP changes, that's like a manual intervention. Go log into the DNS website, copy paste new values over. So like this never changes.
Right, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, like I guess for some reason we think that IP addresses are like transient, but that's only because for clients they are. Like for consumer, they are super transient. But they're actually not that transient. Like a house probably gets assigned like a IP address and then keeps it for a long time until it's like accidentally renewed.
Well, I mean, DNS name records update relatively frequently, like maybe once every. They could update once every few days. But once every few months, you might cycle the IP to a new.
That's if you're a
GPS
big
box or
enterprise,
whatever.
though. Like if you're just some guy, you can be like many years on the same untouched DNS records, because like Vulture hasn't swapped your IP address.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah.
Like I'm pretty sure the server providers like own that IP address, right? And so they have no reason to want to swap out your static IP, because like you bought a static IP. That's what you're paying them for, is to have the same IP.
Right. But I mean, it could go to like a load balancer, but then you could just implement a load balancer in Ceretum.
Yeah.
And then it would it would shoot you off. It would redirect you to the new IP.
Yeah, something like that. Anyway, so you do this thing, and now you're globally unique. So now you have a link that you can send to anybody, you can embed into any document, and like it works. But it's not human meaningful in any way. And so basically we use this system to give human meaning to what could be these like meaningless links. That's the DNS. That's like the domain name system part of this. See, that's actually the same.
The chain is the domain name part of it.
Yeah. That's actually the same for everybody's individual stuff as well, right? Somebody's email could be the same thing, IP plus key. And this is like the encryption key you use. But that also would be completely non-meaningful. But we actually do send email with that. So the email is going to be based on like, oh, you send to this key. But the key isn't human meaningful. That's why I subscribe to these lists, so that I can actually in my email program type like, oh, I want to email Joe. And then it can say, oh, do you mean Joe from Happylands? Yeah. And I say, yes, that Joe.
Yeah, Joe from Happylands. Joe at Happylands, a.k.a. Joe at Handmade Network, a.k.a.
Exactly.
Joe at...
Just like Discord nicknames.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, I'm so tired. I need to get to bed soon. What have we not talked about?
I'm thinking if there's anything else.
We talked a little bit about email. We've done this DNS thing. I guess, do you want a dynamic web or a static web, Philip?
Well, I want both. But it'd be trivial to implement either one given the circumstances, given what you've laid out.
Yeah, should they be the same protocol, or should they be different protocol string?
So my position before was that they would be the same, and the static documents would be sort of implemented as more basically a library on top of the dynamic ones. But I know that you hold basically the opposite position, which is that static and dynamic there should be a hard line between them, in the same way that like a PDF file and a JavaScript web page.
That's the exact analogy. PDF internet and application internet.
Yeah. And they're like very different use cases. And notably, the nice thing about the static internet is that there's that fact that there's no dynamicity means there's a hard line that makes saving much easier, by which I mean like local caching.
Yeah, or even archiving. This was really good. Let me save this, like for later.
Yeah. Yeah, there's like no ambiguity about whether or not this page is able to be saved, able to be archived, able to be cached.
Yeah.
Whereas once you have like
It also
other
guarantees
stuff, or how
latency,
long, I mean,
right? Because it's static. There's no code running. Like it can't be screwed up. It can't,
yeah,
uh, start mining Bitcoin on your machine.
hmm
Uh,
people can still update the website
yep.
if they want to, but they have to do. Then you get into cache invalidation problems that you can decide whether or not how
Yeah.
aggressive you want to be.
You could even do, in theory, you could do authentication. So you probably want to be able to do private webs, like internal documentation, pages that only you can access with like a credential.
Mm-hmm.
And then again, you just use this ID stuff.
Yeah, you use your own ID as a client. You deliver your ID as part of the request, and
Yeah.
then the other side uses your signature algorithm to figure out that you
Yeah, they give you
are
something to sign
who
to
you think you
prove
are.
that you are. That's actually a whole another thing. Like, how do you know that there isn't like signature smuggling, right? Like, we had like man in the middle. There's another one which is like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
I connect to server. Server actually connects to somebody else and then authenticates as me at the bank,
Oh, I see.
right? By like, this guy sent something to sign. This guy sent it to me. I signed it, sent it back, and then it sent it back. And now they're like logged in to
But wouldn't that be prevented by the fact that I have the bank's signature? Like I have the bank's public key, not this guy's public key.
well, the way you solve it is that when you do the signature, it actually shows up. Bank ID, the Swedish bank ID, does this very good, which is when you do like a signature, like log into this thing, you're always presented with a piece of text that I think you're actually signing. At least that's how I imagine it working. So basically, the thing that the bank sends to be signed is not some random number. It's like a thing that says log in at bank. Yeah. Uh,
Yeah.
A, B, C. And then, with the nonce basically is the timestamp of stuff when the thing happened. So when this server, like you thought you were logging into, I don't know, you thought you were logging into something else, and then like the bank login pops up. You're like, whoa, something is not correct. Um, you know,
Ah, I see. Okay, I think I understand.
you thought you were logging into Amazon with or like proving to Amazon who you are, but then it shows up like Bank of America. Yeah.
Right, I see. So the way this is working is that you're using the same credentials for like multiple websites.
Yes. Yeah. And then we get out of like
Yeah,
password
because
hell and like using the same password everywhere, or password managers, all this stuff. Having lots of accounts everywhere, because you can just like authenticate. You just have a way of authenticating now. And there's a
right.
privacy concern of like, oh, if you authenticate with your personal identity everywhere, then that's traceable and correlatable. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I mean that's a concern. You probably want to make it pretty easy to juggle many identities, and so you can like swap them in and out. Um,
Yeah, that doesn't sound that hard.
yeah, or even just say, um, you could even have like this thing where instead of if you work at like your soy corp or just your normal corp, this is the bright future, so there are no soy corps. It's a real utopia. so so this is a building actually, so it's got windows. Um,
It's not a server. Okay.
yeah, it was on its way to being a server. Um,
Okay.
Yeah. So we have this building. When you work at your corporation, they just give you, this already happens, right? Which is they give you, right now they give you like a company Google account. But here they just give you like a company credential, which is like a public-private key combo. The cool thing about this is that here they can actually read your emails if they want to, which is useful for them to like make sure you're not doing something super illegal, or to like recover emails in terms of legal cases, these things. But it also means that like you don't leak yourself to like these other services. If you go access the bank or on the company's behalf, you show up and you say like, hey, I'm this person, and then the bank can have on file, like, be made aware of all the employees at this company who have bank access. For example, like there are all kinds of cool stuff you can do where like, oh, now I have this identity in the context of my job that I was like given. Or you can even do
Right.
if you
And
don't
that's
want
common already with like custom Gmail accounts per
custom
company
Gmail
and stuff.
accounts. Yeah, exactly. If you want it to be a little bit more ethical and not allow spying or impersonation by the company, you could say like, oh, I generate a new identity and then I inform my company about this public key, and then they will use this public key as my way I access everything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. The one thing that's still interesting to me is the smuggling example that you gave, because it worries me. I guess more largely just it worries me a little bit to have the credentials be unified for one person, just because I know how reckless people actually are with their credentials already.
Yeah.
When they have to have a bunch of different ones.
All right, but let me.
The
what's
cost
the
of being
problem?
compromised is so bad.
Yeah, but doesn't that happen to people already? Like, I feel like it actually doesn't get worse. So people already use the same passwords everywhere that then end up in data breaches. People can crunch on those. They figure out your passwords. People already, like, I said this thing about like, oh, you can end up leaking your information by using the same identity on all these websites. Well, guess what happens when you use the same email everywhere? Of course, like everybody can coordinate on your email, and like it's the easiest thing ever because your email is a global unique identifier that matches exactly you. They can correlate every website you visit. You can do the correlation where it's like I visited website A, but I also visited Google from the same IP.
Yeah.
So like Google knows about my IP. They can correlate this afterwards. Google knows my email address, of course, because they do. So like now I was on a different Wi-Fi network and I connected to site C, but I had the same Google information or same email. So you can correlate these. Like you can just go to town on modern. Like it's like a leaky boat, just like oozing metadata to
right.
Here you have at least this quite clean thing, which is like I press a button called generate new identity, and then I click on that, and now it's like, oh, now I'm separate from
right, and then
the
you can
thing.
be elective about how closed off you want to be on a per website basis, and then you have like a keychain that lists all your identities and ideally which sites you actually logged into them with. So it keeps a history of like, you logged into this site with this keychain or with this identity on the keychain. And that's just built into the way that it works rather than
you actually
separate password manager add-on.
Yeah, you want some kind of, I think what you want is that when the server asks for your identity, it sends some kind of like randomized business ID or like entity ID, and then you would use that for your software to be like, aha, yeah, this is the key you used last time with this business. to like auto recommend you
Right.
the right one. However, that could be spoofed easily because that's obviously going to be global. But then you would end up with, if they're trying to.
Well, when you say spoofed easily,
I mean
they
spoofed
could
in the way
send
that they
each
present.
client a unique.
No, I mean spoofed in the way that they, because you can't identify the client. This is pre-identifying who the client is. So you send them this ID that you send to everybody, and that allows them to pick the right key. You can spoof it in that you send the same thing the bank sends to try get them to use their identity that they use with their bank. However, you still wouldn't, like, if you're trying
Couldn't you just correlate business IDs with public keys?
Oh yeah, true actually. Yeah, you would just do that.
The business ID should just be signed by the public key.
Well, no, you don't even do that. You just do the public key. You just go like, hey.
Yeah. Oh, you mean just use the public key?
Yeah, because you're connecting.
Well, there could be multiple public keys, but you want some association between the server public key and like the identity key. But that's
but so if you're connecting to these services with public keys, then the thing can like just log as like a little bit. You just have on each one of these identities, you just have like the list of all the public keys of the things you were connected to when you use this.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, yeah, that sounds pretty doable.
That's it. I don't know how you enforce that because this identifying scheme is like a generalized API that might not be. Like you could have a native program that's like, hey, so and so wants to identify themselves. I guess then what you would do is you would have like an encrypted tunnel that goes from. You have like business is on a server, another server. Oh my god. This business has a server over here. They have like this encrypted tunnel with the whole key exchange method or some kind of key exchange method, right? Mm-hmm. And it actually is going through your native program. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yeah. It's going through your native program to this menu.
And it's asking.
Right. And this menu is implemented by the window manager. So you basically trust this guy, and it connects to this remote server through the application without the application being able to do a man in the middle. That way, the server can like authenticate and say like, oh yeah, you're good, and then these guys start communicating. And then what's cool about this is that when you log in, you put in the sign text, the text that this guy sends includes a human readable description about what you're agreeing to right now, which is, for example, the program, like you agree, like authorize access to view your bank balance
details.
Right. But that's different from, you now sign to authorize issuing of new security credentials for your bank account or something crazy like that.
Right. Is there a vulnerability here where the native program can like pretend to be the bank app and then ask you to connect to this server and give the credentials, and then the native program then just goes to town because it was secretly not the bank app?
But you actually want that because you want third-party bank apps that don't suck.
So there's a list of permissions so it's like mobile app style permissions granting, but on a per service basis.
Yeah, it kind of depends. It depends on the implementation in this server, but probably probably don't connect to your bank through some random program you downloaded.
Yeah, but let's say what do you call him? Jimmy.
Yeah.
Your friend Jimmy tells you, Yo, are you still? Have you been using your phone to connect to your bank? That's old and outdated. Download this app at this link, and it's the bank app. No, no, don't worry. I didn't give it. I didn't make it. It's the bank app, and then you download it. How do I know that it's the bank app?
Um, I guess the bank told you that it was the bank app. You phone up your bank
So,
support to say,
is the
hey,
binary signed by the bank? I
well,
guess you can do a signature thing like that.
what you could do actually is you could have the bank maintains its own chain of like stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and then you just go
Yep.
like, oh, is this yeah, hey, can I find a website on this chain that describes the new bank app? And if so, maybe I should download it from them instead of like from a third party
Right.
website. Yeah,
I mean, the
normal
executable
internet.
could also just be
Yeah.
signed, right?
Yeah, but I don't know how you enforce that. Also, I think,
Sure.
but you actually
Yeah.
don't want signing because you want to be able to do the third party thing if you trust it. Again, because
Oh
you
yeah,
want
for
to
sure. Yeah.
implement the like handmade, non-shitty bank app.
Yes.
And to do that, you have to be able to sign it, um, like move outside of like the bank authorized program, which also means that you will be vulnerable to this kind of attack.
Right. Yes. The way that like Ripcord works,
Yes,
where like
exactly.
Ripcord is the handmade Discord, and it's better, and I trust Ripcord
Yeah. Well, and also
with my
notice
Discord
the way
credentials.
you yeah exactly the way you use Ripcord is you have to like extract the credential from the browser so that then
Yeah.
Ripcord can go pretend to be Discord, the normal client.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure Ripcord is closed source. So
Yeah, you might be
I don't
hosed.
even know what's in the executable. I just simply trust that the guy who signed it is a good guy,
Yeah, that's
which
how
he
many of
is.
these things work. Yeah, one cool thing about this like signing, you sign ASCII text thing. Well, this would be a clear text, obviously. Um, but you sign a thing that says what the permissions are that you are giving, and like says who you are signing with. Is that it's
Mhm.
a little bit like we have on the web right now, like the login with GitHub, or something.
Yeah,
Login with
exactly.
Google. It's basically that, but good and
It's
sovereign.
login with Serenum.
Yeah, it's just yeah, exactly. Log in with, authenticate yourself with this identity. So imagine I like wrote a program, or like I have a commercial company where one of the things we do is we have clients, like we look at their bank statements and like do some kind of automated graph calculation. We like categorize the expenses
Yeah.
automatically, and then we generate some cool graphs. I can just do that where it's like, hey, to use this program, obviously, it needs to talk to your bank, right? And then the bank can have an API that's like, oh, here you can. This is the view only part of the bank API. There's like a view only API, and then it connects to the view only API, and then you get this tunnel, and then you approve
Hmm.
with the bank. You say, yes, I want to give this program that I'm running access to the view only API.
Right. And so the bank is the one that gives you the text that says what the
Yeah,
permissions are,
because
right?
you
It's not coming
sign
from the
that
app.
text. That's why it works, right? Like the text is actually part of the thing that you do the signature on, and then you send that back to the
Right.
bank.
Okay.
So like the
Right.
bank knows that,
Okay.
like, well, the guy who has the private key saw this text because he has actually signed this text, among other things, right? Timestamp, etc.
Right, and then you could even in the window manager there could be like a drop down that like lets you pick from your identities.
Yes.
Or although very likely the bank is telling you which identity it expects you to be signing with.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, Although there could be like some open-ended websites that like let you sign in with any identity that you choose,
Yeah,
as long
yeah,
as it's
yeah.
an identity.
Yeah, you want both because like yeah, it could be like, oh, this program is like needs this data, not some other account's data. So yeah,
Yeah, exactly. And then you also just want the like easy website creation, like dynamic website creation, where like, oh, here's a form poster and he has this exact identity, and then but I just want to log in. I just want to make an account and like start using this service in a way where they can like
yeah,
boot me or steal my data, like anything that I would do on a normal website,
yeah,
where they can like associate me with an identity, whatever it is,
yeah.
which is
And
what
that's
happens like
that.
always.
Yeah, that's what's cool about this. That's what makes it kind of Urbit like is the reason we don't end up with one big server is that I can go to like any website or like new program and I can just sign in with this ID. Like you know, I can log into World of Warcraft and then like I see another player and then I'm like, oh, it's that, like I can just see that it's that guy I talked to on Discord, right? Because like
Mm-hmm.
it's the same identity. Because that was
Right.
the
Yeah, I
the cool
think
thing with Urbit was like being able to I have one identity and then I can move around all these servers using the same ID. And everybody can like
right.
everybody on all these servers recognizes who I am.
Yeah, exactly. And it's nice and discoverable in that as long as any one member of any of the chains that you're on lists at least one other chain, you can like start traversing all the chains.
Yeah, yeah. And the entry point we give is, and that actually is like a quality entry point, is I obviously do Serenum is like you bought a Serenum. That's how you're going to get on this thing, right? So you bought a Serenum.
Mm-hmm.
You by buying a Serenum, you get to generate an identity. You get to become listed as a person who has a Serenum. So you're like in one of these member chains, so people can tell you aren't a spammer. And then you also get to do like a curated, basically entry gate into this space. That was one of the most disappointing things on Urbit. It was like basically one of the worst new user experiences possible because there was like no quality stuff up front. I really had to dig hard to find interesting stuff. Because
Mm-hmm.
like nobody hangs out at the gates, right? They're like deep in the forest with their friends in their like secret Urbit groups. And then like the noob who
Yeah.
shows up at the edge of the jungle like sees nobody and then he's like, what? Is it who?
Right.
Is anybody here?
Although I do want to point out, how would you avoid the case where, let's say, someone starts spoofing, creating sort of like ghost chains that
Yeah.
are like botted, just fake identity, like a big giant collection of fake identities, fake chains that are all like pretending to be other people,
Yep.
people that you know maybe, but with a different identity, and creating this big network of just completely fake data, and
Yeah.
it's all verifying. They're all verifying each
Yeah.
other.
Yeah.
These chains vet each other. The identities list
Yeah.
each other and list
You mean
other
you
chains.
create a ghost
Um,
town? You create like an AI fake. You create the Truman Show
yeah,
for like
because
some
all you
innocent
would, yeah,
soul wanders in there, and then it's just like Chat GPT multiplied by
talking to
1,000.
bots.
Yeah, exactly. And they're all like, "Hey, you should check out this other server." You know, hey, subscribe to this.
Yeah, yeah, they
Have you
joined.
checked
Whoa,
that?
that's great.
Can I just know, like,
Well, no, but the
you're
scary
not
thing
the
is,
brightest person,
they
and then
could
you
behind
actually
the scenes.
fall for it.
The thing is, behind the scenes, they could be like copying, like reading and cloning actual messages of actual
Oh,
conversation from other chains. And I'm
yeah,
wondering, or from other services. And I'm wondering, is there any, like, given that all it would take is like on the official Serena embedded chain, you just have like one link at the edge from someone who like joins one of
yeah,
these chains, or like the guy who made these chains.
yeah,
One connection to reality would open a gate for people to wander into this like ghost
Yeah, I
reality.
mean, funny,
Um,
funny place. But there is one solution which I didn't mention, which is there's for private groups. There's actually a thing here where you could imagine, oh, this original box that I connect to receive info like new blocks on the chain. You can imagine this
mhm.
requiring authentication. Where it's like you need to be on the chain to get updates about the chain, ish. Oh well, actually,
Interesting.
this box knows about the chain, so you could be added to the chain, but not be able to see the chain yet. So like you don't know that you're on it, but you try to connect to it, and your connection
Ah,
goes through. And then yeah,
it's like an
that's
invite.
important to be able to like block out people, or like to just even say like to avoid, for example, the cloning stuff. Like if you can't, it's difficult to clone all these chains if you can't read them.
Okay. Right. So you could only clone public, right? And then maybe the interesting stuff has to be like invite only.
Yeah, and then
Um,
you end up in this
but
situation
but
where it's like,
also
yeah, okay,
you could also rate.
you ended up with fake Harvard that nobody links to, but like some cheap GPT bot DM'd you and was like, hey, check out Harvard. Except here, it's not a unique name, so it could actually just look completely legitimate and be an exact clone of the actual real Harvard. That is a concern, yeah.
Yeah, but I think you could even get around that by just rating in the same way, sort of that like you have in the Serenum scheduler, you have a process
Mm.
tree. And like if there's a bunch of processes that are only created by one parent process, you don't allocate an arbitrarily growing amount of your time slice to a bunch of processes that are all belonging to one parent. You need like the thickness of the link to this crowd needs to be weighted on
I don't know.
needs to be considered when you're
I'm suspicious of those kinds of systems because those that kind of like, oh, we're gonna add like machine value judgments and stuff seem to never work to me. Like it seems to always turn into like smoke. But there is one thing you could do.
okay.
I think the way you end up figuring out which one is the real Harvard is you join any of the like Harvard IRC servers, and one of them is going to be actually. So the interesting thing is you could create a duplicate chain with all the correct people in it. Okay? What you'd find then
Hmm.
is that like none of these people are posting in the Harvard, like the fake Harvard IRC chat, because their messages are like
Right.
signed, right? They're like provably from this person. And so you just have like a ghost
Yeah.
town. Maybe they actually mirror the IRC. They go like very clever. They're heavily mirroring. Um,
Yeah, like to mirror all the identities too.
Yeah, but then it like, okay, so there's two there, right? There's like I have the IRC chat, and the IRC chat has stuff in it, um, and it's official because it's just mirroring all the data from the real IRC server. That's a very impressive Truman Show. Okay, so you can imagine like it's the entire everything is normal, except for some reason nobody listens to you. Right, no matter how many messages you say you're trying to send, get people's attention. Nobody
Yeah.
hears you because actually nobody's receiving your messages, right? Like
Right.
you're
Well, you
just
could go
in this
beyond that and actually
ghost
like
town.
sim GPT bots on
But that's the thing.
the
You could
the
not.
the messages and then sim.
You could only GPT other people that don't exist in the real Harvard. So you could do some GPTing, but you
And
couldn't
then like
like
if a real person replies, you just run the GPT trained on that user, on the real user, and then you insert that into
no.
your
But that's
into
what I'm
the
saying is
stream.
is your um the messages in the IRC server are secured by the person's ID chain thing,
Right,
right?
but they're published, and then you make a new identity that's supposed
Right,
to be
right,
like a
right. So
shadow
then, but
mirror
then
of
you
their
could
identity.
tell because you could go into the ID list on your chain and be like, why are there two copies? Why are there two guys named Bob Smith and two guys named Alice, or two girls named Alice?
Right.
Why is there like an extra Joe Schmo under the same name?
Right. I see. Okay. And then you can notice on that chain.
Yeah. I feel like
you can notice when. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like the way this gets solved is that as a technical person, as like a smart IT person, like you can tell if you investigate, you eventually figure out which one is the Truman Show and which one is the real one, because of these like small artifacts everywhere. Could somebody get scammed by like they accidentally end up in like the parallel universe? Serena Webb. I mean, funny. Yeah. It's a funny world.
Yeah, and then also you could just, if there's any link, if somebody sets up a link from the real reality to the fake reality, well then you just boot you boot the link.
Yeah, like you're like, hey,
yeah, exactly. Whatever reputation connection had, you just end that person's reputation.
The funny thing is, if somebody is running like a fake different universe, and like it's like people are like accidentally ending up in the fake universe, you're gonna be aware of it. Like this is gonna be like a thing you find out about. Like what? This is in a fake universe. Then you do like the blog post. It's like, hey guys, make sure you're not on the fake universe. Here's the link to the real Harvard. Just double check. When you go to Harvard, what you think is Harvard, which link is it? Is it this one or is it this one?
and then of course they fake the blog post.
Yeah, they fake the blog post.
Like, okay. And then they swap out to the other link.
Yeah. So you'd have to get like the DM from your friend who's in the real universe, who's like.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Of course, the real universe is going to be more close. It's going to be vetted by the official Serenum chain. Like, exactly. The path to the fake universe always goes through the real universe. So
but it's like off some edge. It's like it's a shallow edge somewhere. Although you get like, imagine somebody was in the like Truman Show universe, but they have friends in the normal universe, so they start sending links back to their friends like, hey, have you read this? Did you see this post? And then they send a link, and like they get the normal guys at the normal universe receive these links, and they're like, they show up as like red, like this is fake. like they get a link that's like, I have no idea what this link is. They click the link and it looks like a copy of the Harvard website, and they're like, what? Where did you get this?
Yeah. Unsigned.
Hey, when you press the link, does it say Harvard? I see you have a problem there, my friend.
For me, it says untrusted. So
Yeah, for me, it just says the link. Like, it's not shortened. My system doesn't understand about this.
This link looks scary.
Yeah, this link.
It's unreadable. It's human unreadable. It's scary. There you go.
Yeah.
That's how problems fix themselves.
That's actually
you just have human readable names only for the authenticated ones. And everyone who thinks like, oh, there's a hacker on my computer, just sees a long link and gets scared.
Well, no, that's the normie filter. Is you get to deposit this advice, which is instead of don't download random executables, it's don't press on strange links.
Yeah, which is something people already obey, basically.
Yeah.
If you send a long URL, people like look at you weird.
If
you go to like Google Images and right click on an image and like send the link, people get really sus at you.
Yeah. And the even more holy one is like, okay, maybe you can click on some weird links, but like do not add a new do not add a new do not add a new identity chain that you got from a weird link. Okay.
Yeah.
Like be a little bit more inquisitive. Maybe phone a friend. He'll send you his.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it seems on a practical level pretty feasible, pretty robust, I think.
Mm. It also has that like
Okay.
cool technical on the technical level, has a Narnia-esque feeling of being like totally different and mysterious, and like, you know, you buy a Serena box, it arrives, you plug it in, you connect to the Wi-Fi, and then you like you come through the gate into this like jungle of things that you can't even access from a normal computer. Like you don't have the software to access this web.
Yeah. The moment someone makes a JavaScript web mirror of the chat program, it's a sad day for us.
Wait,
Just
you mean
avoid that.
a JavaScript web of what?
A JavaScript web mirror of the of the services that are being provided on the Serenum net.
Yeah.
Then we get a little bit sad, but that's unlikely to happen.
Yeah, it's actually supremely
unless by somebody who's like a little bit ironically based. Same way like someone wouldn't make a JavaScript runtime in Jai unless like they wanted, blood for themselves.
Yeah.
They wanted to be bled out in a video game.
In Minecraft.
And the other thing I was going to say is that, in Minecraft, you could run Minecraft on SerenumNet, and it wouldn't be written in Java because you could just have applets by uploading a program.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure why Minecraft can't just be a normal game in a normal native executable. It's not like you download it from the web every time.
Well, they tried that, and they kind of couldn't figure out how to do it exactly. So they had to fork it and call it Bedrock Edition.
Well, yeah, but the problem with Bedrock is that like it's not good because Microsoft works on it. So like my understanding is most of the community still run Java Edition because it's like the least corrupted by. It's the most the original dev team, although they have probably also fallen in quality because like Notch doesn't work there.
Yeah, basically. There was one other point I wanted to make, but it's not coming to me. It had to do with, I remember what you said. You said it had the Narnia-esque feel, and I would say, even if there were no Narnia-esque feel, it would be as bland and banal as the actually quite decent experience of clicking the like sign in with Google button, where I get to just have a drop down of like my 3 email addresses, pick the one I want and sign in, and now I'm in, and I don't have to like remember a password. I don't have to log into my password manager or pick from my password manager, copy paste the password, have to do the email like re-request or forgot password request.
Dude, I actually
get email spam because people were sending. The fact that I logged in was also automatically consent for them to send me marketing emails. All of those things.
I really look forward to the all these like odd web tools that like you don't want a native program for really, but still they're not a static page. Like I don't know, your Git UI. Or like, the Git host provider website where you can also view the code or like do special actions.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
I have to like run syntax highlighting.
Yeah, it's a very cool idea to be like, oh, I connect to this web app and it like just is an app. It's like a native program, but it's like in the box. It like just got immediately downloaded and then gets like a free baked in connection back to the website it came from.
Yeah, that's going to be really, really exciting.
I think.
Are you going to, just as out of curiosity, are you going to stream the executable in, or are you going to load or is the common practice going to be you either just have a really small executable, or if you need something chunkier, you load an executable that then talks over the network to get more executable stuff?
I think you download the whole executable, and then it's up to you, the person who made it, how big that is, and whether or not you want to stream stuff in from the server. I think probably a web app of this variety gets by default can't connect to the internet in general, but can connect to the server it came from. So you have some kind of like lower spec protocol where it's like you get maybe not a byte stream, but something where you can like send packets, but only to the web server you just came from. So that you don't get this like sprawling, now we're connecting to everything in the universe to like do Facebook ads and all this. If you're going to do that, like route it through the server, please. Because that just seems reasonable to me. That because presumably the reason you're downloading this web app is actually it's like you're downloading the custom UI for this server software that's like managing some database. Is the most common thing, right?
Right. Well, that's what basically every web app is anyway. Like medium.com is a custom UI for a database.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's sort of semantic, or pedantics. The one other thing I was going to say is that I suggested like, oh, what if you streamed in more executable pages or whatever? But you could already as soon as Wi-Fi is done on Serenum, you could just write a Serenum native program like an executable file that just talks to a server and maps in executable pages. And so that doesn't need to be like part of any protocol to do with the web. It can just be part of being an executable.
Yeah, because we support JIT, because otherwise you're going to be upset. I mean, we don't support JIT right now, but we will eventually.
So you don't right now? You don't have mapping of executable pages?
No, there's no way to set them as executable.
Okay.
Yeah, it hasn't come up, but I feel like the thing I was gonna do is I was gonna not allow you to set breakpoints in executable code or stuff you've JITted and like marked as executable, because the way the breakpoint works is that you replace the code, the instructions, with a debug break, so that when the CPU hits it, the debug break is triggered and the kernel can like show up on the scene and do something. Right? Like the way you see.
Why is that bad?
No, that's good. That's it's fine. It's how RISC-V does stuff. How you single step is you like move forward the break by one on return.
Yeah.
It traps again. Now you put it back. And then you resume. Mm-hmm. Or like you can keep doing that, etc. And then I think you just emulate branches. That's actually easier, I think. Because you can just decode and like look at it yourself and say, oh, this is going to branch to here. Because the branch instructions are like not that many.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Right. Wait, so how does that intersect with web? Like
so the reason, because you wanted to mark pages as executable. Now, this works great if it's the executable pages that are loaded at startup, because those are read only and will not be writable at any point by anyone other than the kernel. So it's like, great, let me just put my breakpoints in. I think it gets super funky if it's like, oh, so I'm debug stepping through this JITted code, which means I'm editing the JITted code as the kernel and like need it to behave in a certain way. At the same time, another thread has write permissions on this JITted code, because like, of course you need that. Yeah, like Yaz's WASM JIT, my understanding is that like how he stops it is that like another thread will come in and like set some memory. He says, I make it explode, by which like you have this thing that's like JITted running, and then you put something in there so that next time the code gets run, it blows up and triggers some kind of trap, so that like control can be transferred back. So I just don't think that's compatible with having the kernel also do breakpoints, is my intuition right now.
Couldn't you just make writable pages and executable pages be mutually exclusive?
What do you mean, writable pages and executable pages mutually exclusive? Yes, but then Yaza couldn't do this thing where he blows it up to break out of his JITted code.
Well, I'm pretty sure he blows it up by testing against some other page, and
Was that true?
the thread that
Oh,
wants to
okay.
kill that page is just a data page.
Oh, right. So he changes the mapping, and then that makes it explode.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because then he can just he's calling like test. He's calling the test instruction, which like just it doesn't occupy any ALU slots. It just occupies a memory. It just goes through the memory management unit to check that the data page was readable, not writable, readable, and then you can just mark it as not readable, and then it'll crash, or it'll trap, and then you can handle the trap and then recover.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
I'm pretty sure.
I guess if there's an alternative way to do the thing he cares about, then it might be.
Yeah, I mean,
it
the
might be you
important
can
part
do
is being
JIT.
able to interrupt.
Yeah, it might be that you like the way you do JIT is you say, hey, I now want this area to be read-only and executable, and then it can go through that transformation.
Yeah, because if another thread wants to turn it into if another thread wants to modify that code, well, first it has to mark the page as writable and not executable.
Yeah, and then explodes any thread that's running on it.
That's running on it. Yeah. Or the kernel will see, or if that thread is not running, the kernel can intercept the page detection, or the page
switch.
Well, the kernel has to intercept the page switch.
Yeah, and it can
check if there's any threads in that page.
Well, yeah, and it can also remove the like breakpoint instructions that it had placed in it.
Yeah, exactly. Are you making debugging be a kernel level thing?
Yeah, because like otherwise it sucks. I just don't. I actually think it has to be, in my opinion, to get like the basic ptrace-esque, like I can step and stuff. Although apparently, right, on Linux is crazier than that because like ptrace doesn't allow you to single step. Like ptrace, like single stepping is implemented by GDB that sets the CPU flags, resumes the thread, it traps immediately on the next instruction, and then it gets back. On RISC-V, that would mean there is no such flags. So GDB for RISC-V must be modifying the memory of the child process to like insert the breakpoint. And then it's doing that stuff, which is just bad. Because it's going to be slower as well. Because like if you put in...
you mean because a user space process is going to be... It's more expensive for a user space process to insert that breakpoint than it is for the kernel?
Yes, but also you need to do each thread that is not supposed to stop at that breakpoint is going to hit the instruction anyway. Right? And then needs to be like single stepped across this boundary until it can be let go again. So like it's like it gets mixed up with scheduling and stuff because like while you are single stepping one thread, another thread is not like allowed to also run across this. Right? Like should that happen, you need to like handle them individually. So you need to like pause, make sure nobody else is running these threads, etc.
I mean, on Windows, you're just not allowed. You're not allowed to make a breakpoint that's particular to a thread. If you place a breakpoint, every thread that touches that point will hit the breakpoint.
Interesting.
And then if you single step, you only resume the one thread, and so you don't have any other contention problems.
Interesting. Yeah, we'll see what I come up with for that.
Okay.
My inclination is you actually want
I think it should
debugging API in the kernel. Because like the kernel is the one that can pull off a good kernel debugging API. Like the basics, not symbols or anything like that, but just the mechanics of stepping and breakpoints. Single step, breakpoints for specific threads.
That's going to be a feature that other operating systems don't have, I'm pretty sure. So that's going to be interesting to see.
Right.
Yet again. Yeah. I mean, I think we've strayed pretty far from
Yeah,
the
we should maybe wrap
original
this up so I can sleep.
topic. As much as
Shall
I
we
would like
just
to talk more
consult
about
the
breakpoints.
questions in chat? Do we have any questions that are good
Yeah.
out of the many tens of thousands?
um, is this a replacement of the World Wide Web?
Yes.
I'd say it's more than a replacement of just the World Wide Web. It's also kind of a replacement for part of the internet. Not, I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by the internet. So, like, not really.
Yeah, the internet
It's
is like we
more
have
web than
IP
internet.
and routers and infrastructure that we route packets on. Keeping all that, it's great. DNS.
Yeah, that's the hard part.
Yeah, that's the hard part. Yeah, DNS and everything else is being recreated,
Yeah.
re-envisioned.
Isn't it kind of better for people to be using different passwords rather than having a bunch of identities? What do you think about that?
Do you remember the passwords? Because if you put them in a password manager, then it's the same thing. Like you've just gone back to identities. Except if you have different passwords with the same email, it's like more trackable and traceable than the different identities.
Right. Ripcord's nice. I'm imagining a literal fake Harvard campus. That's based. Me too. I remember a friend of mine who would refuse to click on u2.be links. Yeah, okay.
Wow.
Link anxiety is real and effective. Yeah. This is good to know.
Good.
Is it true that you will be creating real native web apps?
Yeah. I could contextualize that.
I thought web apps had to be interpreted or JITted to be secure.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have any secure operating systems, so that's why. I mean, again, we could refer back to like Casey's wish since I bet like 2005 of like, can Microsoft, can we please have a flag to set on the create new process syscall that says this child cannot make any syscalls? Right. And then you have a completely sandbox process. And if you have a completely sandbox process, well, you can put like whatever code you want in there and it's fine. And then the thing it communicates with to actually get to the outside world is the browser, just like we do for JavaScript. It's an OS failure that means you have to have these bad languages that either get interpreted or JITted in order to be sandboxed properly. That's like the core issue. So and the reason, so that's also why the browser vendors can't ship. Can you imagine like Google Chrome comes out with like web native, where it's like, oh, this is like you can wrap some x86 machine code in a JavaScript object that you can like invoke. That would be wild. They can't do that because they'd have to be Microsoft. Maybe Microsoft could ship that on Edge, except now Edge is just Chrome. So I bet they don't even have the competency to do that.
Well, the amazing thing is, what you described actually happened. They tried to do that. It was called Google Native Client.
Wow.
And it just let you deliver x86 or ARM code. But they had to I think they wrote a few papers on it. They had to vet the x86. They had to disassemble the x86, range check all the jumps, make sure there's no syscalls, make sure you can never jump 1 byte forward that changes how the disassembly happens, and now you have a syscall secretly in there, hidden in the
what they're doing, don't they have to kind of not solve the what is it? Is it the Turing, not the Turing test, but the Turing problem? the halting problem.
Yeah,
They're not
the halting problem.
Yeah, they're not solving the halting problem, but that they kind of are getting quite close to the halting problem of like, not does this halt, but does this ever do anything that goes outside of the box in any way?
Yeah, exactly.
And I bet actually you can get pretty hard or pretty far on the halting problem, even though it's not technically 100% possible. You can as the papers would suggest.
It just
that you can get pretty far.
Yeah, apparently they just couldn't get far enough, and there was just more momentum behind like Asm.js and then WebAssembly.
What is Asm.js? Right. Is that a previous thing?
It was, so before WASM, you could do this thing where all of your JavaScript code was kind of really, really simple in a way where it's just like adding ints. Like the way in JavaScript you get an int is that you have a double, like you have a number, which of course is going to be a double behind the scenes, but you OR it with 0. And that the XOR operation means that the result is like casted to int, which means the JavaScript runtime can detect that is never going to not be an int.
Yeah.
And so if all your literals are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 0, you can encode this number as like guaranteed to be an int. And then the runtime can like detect like, oh, this entire function or this entire script contains like only instructions that are add instructions that are only operating on ints. And then it can do a bunch of stuff to like, oh, I can like quickly convert this to my whatever my IR was at that point in time, or like whatever my JIT machine code was.
Is this how they did
more closely map to the
Is this how they did Unreal Engine in the web browser, which I heard about at some point? And like I definitely made Unity games that could run in the web browser. I imagine this was what they were using to some extent, because this is pre-WASM, I think.
Yes, if you remember what Emscripten was originally a compiler from C++ to maybe JavaScript, but then eventually Asm.js, which is just JavaScript, but it's like a subset of JavaScript where you just only do these specific things. Yeah. And then I think you do like using Asm as a statement at the beginning or whatever. So you could just sort of like smuggle this C++ code into trying to be kind of integery and like basic and array-ish. Like you never index an array like farther than like what was already placed in there, so it never becomes a hash table.
I wonder sometimes why don't Google just add like, there's like the HTML script thing, which is what Java has. What if you just added a new tag called good_script, and then it's just like a sane bytecode VM that can be trivially jitted. And then I remember that, oh yeah, that's WASM, and it's not good. It's a bad VM.
And it's not good, and it's not sane. Yeah.
They tried to do that, and like they were not successful. They accidentally made a stack machine.
Yeah, I mean, rip. But yeah, that's how like Unity games worked back then, is that I'm pretty sure they were just... Emscripten was not a compiler to WASM because WASM didn't exist. It was a compiler to Asm.js. And then
I wonder if
added the WASM feature.
I wonder if they use the C++. That would actually not surprise me because the build times are pretty crazy on that Unity stuff. Because they were using like C# to C++, which is something called Rasputin, which I think was made by Microsoft. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if they did the full, like, we take the C#, we compile it to C++, then we take the C++, compile it to JavaScript, and then, whoa, it runs in the browser.
No, I think they could, I'm pretty sure they could just take the C#, they could just do the basic and easy, simple thing of taking the C#, compiling it using the C# compiler to the CLR runtime bytecode VM.
Oh, yes, because they have a decent IR for C#. Yeah.
And then implementing the like mono runtime in JavaScript or just in Asm.js or C++, and then compiling the mono runtime into Asm.js along with the rest of the C++ engine into Asm.js. And now you just have like a mono VM runtime running on your
now it's
normal
VM runtime. Normal Unity.
Which is like the straightforward thing to do.
Yeah, of course. Well,
Yeah.
what have we learned today? We've learned that these streams can be very long. How long has
Yeah.
this one, the second half, been? Hopefully it's longer than the intro. Yeah, look at that, 4 hours. So
Orthodox is saying, just got here. Could you do a 1-minute recap? I'm wondering.
I
I'm
mean,
wondering if
can you do the recap? I mean,
um,
like you watch the
I
first
think the
part and
recap.
you learn about how things are right now, and then you watch the second
Yeah.
part and you get to learn how they will be when we remake everything to be good. And the why it
Exactly.
is good is contextualized by part one. If you want to be educated, you could also
Yeah.
just take it on faith that the suggestions in part two are good. That's also, I don't care which one you choose.
Yeah. The TLDR is don't have head of line blocking. Don't rely on reliable. And you can't chain your trust on a chain of. You can't root your trust in a root of trust. Here's a good question. What's wrong with TCP? Do you want to field that, or should I do that? I think.
I think you have the greater animus against it.
Head of line blocking. You don't have inspection into what packets were available. It's all in the OS layer. You don't have like user space access to the buffers.
It's an extra round trip.
Just cringe vibes.
Cringe vibes.
Extra round
streams.
trip. If you
streams. I hate streams.
Yeah.
I want datagrams.
Yeah. Someone says you should summarize in video or make it an hour. That's.
Yeah. Maybe I wonder if Sander would be up for the job of receiving this footage and like cutting what he thinks was useful.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't know. That's only because he has a history of like being way too quick to just do that for like long recordings.
I mean, yeah, it's easy.
Do you remember when we were? No, you never experienced this, but when we were recording with Nick, and we were doing like, everybody has like mic setups, and they're like, oh, I can record through my iPhone, it'll be fine.
No.
And then he recorded through his iPhone, and Santa was like, yeah, dude, that was garbage. And so, but he's then going like, yeah, I had to go through and like manually make it good the entire 3 hours. So he's gone in and like
I had to
and
run
like cut out
removal,
exactly noise
gate.
He's just gone in and like cut out all the like extra, I don't know, by extra reverb, but like background noises when he's quiet. He's like boosted him because he's like moving around a bit. He's like
automating the whole track when there's any echo behind.
Yeah, but he's like gone through with a fine tooth comb on the whole audio track. Yeah.
That's what he'll have to do for I'm gonna only send him the iPhone recording and not send him my OBS or my Audacity recording. And be like, hey, I go to town.
Yeah. No, I honestly just want to upload this video, cut maybe a little bit, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Anyway, any last questions? Those were pretty good questions. They were questions. They had answers.
Streaming applications feels very 1980s. A little bit, yeah, but also futuristic. Yeah. The future is now, or if not now, it's soon. I think
future is soon.
That's the lesson to be given here.
Fusion is only 20 years away.
Of course. Okay. samhsmith.com/Serenum. Taberna.shop. That's TABERNA.shop, where you can get Serenum.
Yeah.
The Serenum Premium. And anything else? Twitch.tv/PhillipTrudeau. That's 2 L's. And Trudeau like the Canadian guy.
Yeah.
Twitter.com.
You're making a new game soon,
/
which people can look at.
Yeah, before Sunday, so either on Sunday or Saturday of this week, so that's 27th to 28th, on my twitch.tv/Phillip with 2 L's, Trudeau, like the Canadian guy, I will be streaming a Jai game. And I might be doing some Silent Hill 2 level editor stuff before that, but definitely Jai game. Part 1 of like making a Jai game. Making a Jai game, I'm not going to call it the Jai game. You know, you got to do prototypes. You got to like figure out what you're making.
Pottery, the pottery maker, you know.
Yeah, you got to make the pots.
Yeah.
That's the important part.
Volume.
Volume. It's exploration. Yeah. x.com/Phillip_Trudeau, because my previous account got banned and I won't explain why.
Oh wow, I didn't know that. Shoot, I might have to disassociate from you after this call. Okay.
No. But yeah, I think that's it. Sandwich. Everybody follow.
Yeah.
If you're not following right now, you better follow.
Yeah.
And
you also
follow join the Discord.
If you have exactly, if you have an opinion, you have a question, you know, go to the Discord.
A take.
Yeah, you have a take. You know, as long as it's not a too bad take. I mean, somebody might. It can't be low quality, but you know, inquiry, dialogue, you know, this is always appreciated in the Discord. So, you know, just hop on in there, share your thoughts.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for having me. I really enjoyed this. Longer than I expected, but I felt thorough.
Yeah.
In a way that I enjoyed.
Yeah. We don't need to talk for a couple months, you know, to compensate. I'm sure. we really, you know,
really dry at this point.
You know, we really concentrated our speaking here. So, okay. Recording over.